Section 1 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 1, How to Tell a Story. The Humorous Story, an American Development. Its difference from comic and witty stories.
I do not claim that I can tell a story as it ought to be told. I only claim to know how a story ought to be told, for I have been almost daily in the company of the most expert story tellers for many years. There are several kinds of stories, but only one difficult kind, the humorous. I will talk mainly about that one. The humorous story is American. The comic story is English. The witty story is French. The humorous story depends for its effect upon the manner of the telling, the comic story and the witty story upon the matter. The humorous story may be spun out to great length and may wander around as much as it pleases, and arrive nowhere in particular. But the comic and witty stories must be brief and end with a point. The humorous story bubbles gently along, the others burst. The humorous story is strictly a work of art, high and delicate art, and only an artist can tell it. But no art is necessary in telling the comic and the witty story. Anybody can do it. The art of telling a humorous story, understand I mean by word of mouth, not print, was created in America and has remained at home. The humorous story is told gravely. The teller does his best to conceal the fact that he even dimly suspects that there is anything funny about it. But the teller of the comic story tells you beforehand that it is one of the funniest things he has ever heard, then tells it with eager delight, and is the first person to laugh when he gets through. And sometimes, if he has had good success, he is so glad and happy that he will repeat the nub of it, and glance around from face to face, collecting applause, and then repeat it again. It is a pathetic thing to see. Very often, of course, the rambling and disjointed humorous story finishes with a nub, point, snapper, or whatever you like to call it. Then the listener must be alert, for in many cases the teller will divert attention from that nub by dropping it in a carefully casual and indifferent way, with the pretense that he does not know it is a nub. Artemus Ward used that trick a good deal, and when the belated audience presently caught the joke, he would look up with innocent surprise, as if wondering what they had found to laugh at. Dan Setchell used it before him. Nye and Riley and others use it today. But the teller of the comic story does not slur the nub, he shouts it at you every time, and when he prints it in England, France, Germany, and Italy, he italicizes it, puts some whopping exclamation points after it, and sometimes explains it in a parenthesis, all of which is very depressing and makes one want to renounce joking and lead a better life. Let me set down an instance of the comic method, using an anecdote which has been popular all over the world for 12 or 1500 years. The teller tells it in this way: The Wounded Soldier. In the course of a certain battle, a soldier whose leg had been shot off appealed to another soldier who was hurrying by to carry him to the rear, informing him at the time of the loss which he had sustained, whereupon the generous son of Mars, shouldering the unfortunate, proceeded to carry out his desire. The bullets and cannon balls were flying in all directions, and presently one of the latter took the wounded man's head off, without, however, his deliverer being aware of it. In no long time he was hailed by an officer, who said, "Where are you going with that carcass?" "To the rear, sir. He's lost his leg." "His leg, forsooth!" responded the astonished officer. "You mean his head, you booby." Whereupon the soldier dispossessed himself of his burden, and stood looking down upon it in great perplexity. At length he said, "It is true, sir, just as you have said." Then after a pause he added, "But he told me it was his leg." Here the narrator bursts into explosion after explosion of thunderous hoarse laughter, repeating that nub from time to time, through his gaspings and shriekings and suffocatings. It takes only a minute and a half to tell that in its comic story form, and isn't worth the telling after all. Put into the humorous story form, it takes 10 minutes, and is often the funniest thing I have ever listened to, as James Whitcomb Riley tells it. He tells it in the character of a dull-witted old farmer who has just heard it for the first time, thinks it is unspeakably funny, and is trying to repeat it to a neighbor, but he can't remember it, so he gets all mixed up and wanders helplessly round and round, putting in tedious details that don't belong in the tale and only retard it, taking them out conscientiously and putting in others that are just as useless, making minor mistakes now and then, and stopping to correct them and explain how he came to make them, remembering things which he forgot to put in their proper place, and going back to put them in there, stopping his narrative a good while in order to try to recall the name of the soldier that was hurt, and finally remembering that the soldier's name was not mentioned, and remarking placidly that the name is of no real importance anyway. Better, of course, if one knew it, but not essential, after all, and so on, and so on, and so on. The teller is innocent and happy and pleased with himself, and has to stop every little while to hold himself in and keep from laughing outright, and does hold in, but his body quakes in a jelly-like way with interior chuckles, and at the end of the 10 minutes the audience have laughed until they are exhausted, and the tears are running down their faces. The simplicity and innocence and sincerity and unconsciousness of the old farmer are perfectly simulated, and the result is a performance which is thoroughly charming and delicious. This is art, and fine and beautiful, and only a master can compass it. But a machine could tell the other story. To string incongruities and absurdities together in a wandering and sometimes purposeless way, and seem innocently unaware that they are absurdities, is the basis of the American art, if my position is correct. Another feature is the slurring of the point. A third is the dropping of a studied remark, apparently without knowing it, as if one were thinking aloud. The fourth and last is the pause. Artemus Ward dealt in numbers 3 and 4 a good deal. He would begin to tell with great animation something which he seemed to think was wonderful, then lose confidence, and, after an apparently absent-minded pause, add an incongruous remark in a soliloquizing way, and that was the remark intended to explode the mine, and it did. For instance, he would say eagerly, excitedly, "I once knew a man in New Zealand who hadn't a tooth in his head." Here his animation would die out. A silent, reflective pause would follow. Then he would say dreamily, and as if to himself, "And yet that man could beat a drum better than any man I ever saw." The pause is an exceedingly important feature in any kind of story, and a frequently recurring feature, too. It is a dainty thing and delicate, and also uncertain and treacherous, for it must be exactly the right length, no more and no less, or it fails of its purpose and makes trouble. If the pause is too short, the impressive point is past, and the audience have had time to divine that a surprise is intended, and then you can't surprise them, of course. On the platform I used to tell a negro ghost story that had a pause in front of the snapper on the end, and that pause was the most important thing in the whole story. If I got it the right length precisely, I could spring the finishing ejaculation with effect enough to make some impressible girl deliver a startled little yelp and jump out of her seat, and that was what I was after. This story was called "The Golden Arm," and was told in this fashion. You can practice with it yourself, and mind you look out for the pause and get it right. The Golden Arm. Once 'pon a time dey was a monsus mean man, and he lived way out in de prairie all alone by hisself, 'ceptin' he had a wife. And bimeby she died, and he took and toted her way out dah in de prairie and buried her. Well, she had a golden arm, all solid gold, from de shoulder down. He was powerful mean, powerful, and dat night he couldn't sleep, 'cause he want dat golden arm so bad. When it come midnight he couldn't stand no mo', so he git up, he did, and took his lantern and shoved out through the storm and dug her up and got the golden arm. And he bent his head down agin the wind and plowed and plowed and plowed through de snow. Den all of a sudden he stop. Make a considerable pause here, and look startled and take a listening attitude, and say, "My land, what's dat?" and you listen, and listen, and then when say, set your teeth together and imitate the wailing and wheezing sing-song of the wind, bzzz, and then, way back yonder where the grave is, he hear a voice. He hear a voice all mixed up in the wind. Can't hardly tell 'em apart. Bzzz, who got my golden arms? Who got my golden arm? You must begin to shiver violently now. And he begin to shiver and shake and say, oh my land, and the wind blow the lantern out, and the snow and sleet blow in his face, and most choke him, and he start a plowin' knee deep towards home most dead. He so skeered, and pooty soon he hear the voice agin, and pause. It is comin' after him. Bzzz, zzz, who got my golden arm? When he get to the pasture he hear it agin, closter now and a comin' back dar in the dark and the storm. Repeat the wind and the voice. When he get to the house he rush upstairs and jump into bed and kiver up head and ears, and lay dar shiverin' and shakin', and den way out dar he hear it agin, and a comin', and by he hear, pause, awed listening attitude, pat, pat, pat. It's a comin' upstairs. Den he hear the latch, and he know it's in the room. Den pretty soon he know it's a standin' by the bed. Pause. Den he know it's a bendin' down over him, and he can't scacely git his breath. Den he seem to feel somethin' cold right down most agin his head. Pause. Den the voice say, right at his ear, who got my golden arm? You must wail it out very plaintively and accusingly. Then you stare steadily and impressively into the face of the farthest gone auditor, a girl preferably, and let that awe-inspiring pause begin to build itself in the deep hush. When it has reached exactly the right length, jump suddenly at that girl and yell, "You've got it!" If you've got the pause right, she'll fetch a dear little yelp and spring right out of her shoes. But you must get the pause right, and you will find it the most troublesome and aggravating and uncertain thing you ever undertook.
End of Chapter 1, How to Tell a Story, read by John Greenman. Section 2 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 2, In Defense of Harriet Shelley, Part 1.
I have committed sins, of course, but I have not committed enough of them to entitle me to the punishment of reduction to the bread and water of ordinary literature during 6 years, when I might have been living on the fat diet spread for the righteous in Professor Dowden's Life of Shelley, if I had been justly dealt with. During these 6 years I have been living a life of peaceful ignorance. I was not aware that Shelley's first wife was unfaithful to him, and that that was why he deserted her, and wiped the stain from his sensitive honor by entering into soiled relations with Godwin's young daughter. This was all new to me when I heard it lately, and was told that the proofs of it were in this book, and that this book's verdict is accepted in the girls' colleges of America and its view taught in their literary classes. In each of these 6 years multitudes of young people in our country have arrived at the Shelley reading age. Are these 6 multitudes unacquainted with this life of Shelley? Perhaps they are. Indeed, one may feel pretty sure that the great bulk of them are. To these, then, I address myself, in the hope that some account of this romantic historical fable, and the fabulist's manner of constructing and adorning it, may interest them. First, as to its literary style. Our negroes in America have several ways of entertaining themselves which are not found among the whites anywhere. Among these inventions of theirs is one which is particularly popular with them. It is a competition in elegant deportment. They hire a hall and bank the spectators' seats in rising tiers along the 2 sides, leaving all the middle stretch of the floor free. A cake is provided as a prize for the winner in the competition, and a bench of experts in deportment is appointed to award it. Sometimes there are as many as 50 contestants, male and female, and 500 spectators. One at a time the contestants enter, clothed, regardless of expense, in what each considers the perfection of style and taste, and walk down the vacant central space and back again, with that multitude of critical eyes on them. All that the competitor knows of fine airs and graces he throws into his carriage. All that he knows of seductive expression he throws into his countenance. He may use all the helps he can devise: watch chain to twirl with his fingers, cane to do graceful things with, snowy handkerchief to flourish and get artful effects out of, shiny new stove-pipe hat to assist in his courtly bows, and the colored lady may have a fan to work up her effects with, and smile over and blush behind, and she may add other helps, according to her judgment. When the review by individual detail is over, a grand review of all the contestants in procession follows, with all the airs and graces and all the bowings and smirkings on exhibition at once, and this enables the bench of experts to make the necessary comparisons and arrive at a verdict. The successful competitor gets the prize which I have before mentioned, and an abundance of applause and envy along with it. The negroes have a name for this grave deportment tournament, a name taken from the prize contended for. They call it a cake walk. This Shelley biography is a literary cake walk. The ordinary forms of speech are absent from it. All the pages, all the paragraphs, walk by sedately, elegantly, not to say mincingly, in their Sunday best, shiny and sleek, perfumed, and with boutonnieres in their buttonholes. It is rare to find even a chance sentence that has forgotten to dress. If the book wishes to tell us that Mary Godwin, child of 16, had known afflictions, the fact saunters forth in this nobby outfit: Mary was herself not unlearned in the lore of pain, meaning by that that she had not always traveled on asphalt, or, as some authorities would frame it, that she had been there herself, a form which, while preferable to the book's form, is still not to be recommended. If the book wishes to tell us that Harriet Shelley hired a wet nurse, that commonplace fact gets turned into a dancing master who does his professional bow before us in pumps and knee breeches, with his fiddle under one arm and his crush hat under the other, thus: "The beauty of Harriet's motherly relation to her babe was marred in Shelley's eyes by the introduction into his house of a hireling nurse to whom was delegated the mother's tenderest office." This is perhaps the strangest book that has seen the light since Frankenstein. Indeed, it is a Frankenstein itself, a Frankenstein with the original infirmity supplemented by a new one, a Frankenstein with the reasoning faculty wanting. Yet it believes it can reason, and is always trying. It is not content to leave a mountain of fact standing in the clear sunshine where the simplest reader can perceive its form, its details, and its relation to the rest of the landscape, but thinks it must help him examine it and understand it. So its drifting mind settles upon it with that intent, but always with one and the same result. There is a change of temperature, and the mountain is hid in a fog. Every time it sets up a premise and starts to reason from it, there is a surprise in store for the reader. It is strangely nearsighted, cross-eyed, and purblind. Sometimes, when a mastodon walks across the field of its vision, it takes it for a rat. At other times it does not see it at all. The materials of this biographical fable are facts, rumors, and poetry. They are connected together and harmonized by the help of suggestion, conjecture, innuendo, perversion, and semi-suppression. The fable has a distinct object in view, but this object is not acknowledged in set words. Percy Bysshe Shelley has done something which in the case of other men is called a grave crime. It must be shown that in his case it is not that, because he does not think as other men do about these things. Ought not that to be enough if the fabulist is serious? Having proved that a crime is not a crime, was it worth while to go on and fasten the responsibility of a crime which was not a crime upon somebody else? What is the use of hunting down and holding to bitter account people who are responsible for other people's innocent acts? Still, the fabulist thinks it a good idea to do that. In his view, Shelley's first wife, Harriet, free of all offense as far as we have historical facts for guidance, must be held unforgivably responsible for her husband's innocent act in deserting her and taking up with another woman. Any one will suspect that this task has its difficulties. Any one will divine that nice work is necessary here, cautious work, wily work, and that there is entertainment to be had in watching the magician do it. There is indeed entertainment in watching him. He arranges his facts, his rumors, and his poems on his table, in full view of the house, and shows you that everything is there, no deception, everything fair and above board. And this is apparently true. Yet there is a defect, for some of his best stock is hid in an appendix basket behind the door, and you do not come upon it until the exhibition is over and the enchantment of your mind accomplished, as the magician thinks. There is an insistent atmosphere of candor and fairness about this book which is engaging at first, then a little burdensome, then a trifle fatiguing, then progressively suspicious, annoying, irritating, and oppressive. It takes one some little time to find out that phrases which seem intended to guide the reader aright are there to mislead him, that phrases which seem intended to throw light are there to throw darkness, that phrases which seem intended to interpret a fact are there to misinterpret it, that phrases which seem intended to forestall prejudice are there to create it, that phrases which seem antidotes are poisons in disguise. The naked facts arrayed in the book establish Shelley's guilt in that one episode which disfigures his otherwise superlatively lofty and beautiful life, but the historian's careful and methodical misinterpretation of them transfers the responsibility to the wife's shoulders, as he persuades himself. The few meager facts of Harriet Shelley's life, as furnished by the book, acquit her of offense, but by calling in the forbidden helps of rumor, gossip, conjecture, insinuation, and innuendo, he destroys her character and rehabilitates Shelley's, as he believes. And in truth his unheroic work has not been barren of the results he aimed at, as witness the assertion made to me that girls in the colleges of America are taught that Harriet Shelley put a stain upon her husband's honor, and that was what stung him into repurifying himself by deserting her and his child and entering into scandalous relations with a school-girl acquaintance of his. If that assertion is true, they probably use a reduction of this work in those colleges, maybe only a sketch outlined from it. Such a thing as that could be harmful and misleading. They ought to cast it out and put the whole book in its place. It would not deceive. It would not deceive the janitor. All of this book is interesting, on account of the sorcerer's methods, and the attractiveness of some of his characters, and the repulsiveness of the rest, but no part of it is so much so as are the chapters wherein he tries to think he thinks he sets forth the causes which led to Shelley's desertion of his wife in 1814. Harriet Westbrook was a schoolgirl 16 years old. Shelley was teeming with advanced thought. He believed that Christianity was a degrading and selfish superstition, and he had a deep and sincere desire to rescue one of his sisters from it. Harriet was impressed by his various philosophies, and looked upon him as an intellectual wonder, which indeed he was. He had an idea that she could give him valuable help in his scheme regarding his sister. Therefore he asked her to correspond with him. She was quite willing. Shelley was not thinking of love, for he was just getting over a passion for his cousin Harriet Grove, and just getting well steeped in one for Miss Hitchener, a school teacher. What might happen to Harriet Westbrook before the letter writing was ended did not enter his mind. Yet an older person could have made a good guess at it, for in person Shelley was as beautiful as an angel. He was frank, sweet, winning, unassuming, and so rich in unselfishness, generosities, and magnanimities that he made his whole generation seem poor in these great qualities by comparison. Besides, he was in distress. His college had expelled him for writing an atheistical pamphlet and afflicting the reverend heads of the university with it. His rich father and grandfather had closed their purses against him. His friends were cold. Necessarily, Harriet fell in love with him, and so deeply, indeed, that there was no way for Shelley to save her from suicide but to marry her. He believed himself to blame for this state of things, so the marriage took place. He was pretty fairly in love with Harriet, although he loved Miss Hitchener better. He wrote and explained the case to Miss Hitchener after the wedding, and he could not have been franker or more naive and less stirred up about the circumstance if the matter in issue had been a commercial transaction involving $35. Shelley was 19. He was not a youth, but a man. He had never had any youth. He was an erratic and fantastic child during 18 years, then he stepped into manhood as one steps over a door sill. He was curiously mature at 19 in his ability to do independent thinking on the deep questions of life, and to arrive at sharply definite decisions regarding them, and stick to them. Stick to them and stand by them at cost of bread, friendships, esteem, respect, and approbation. For the sake of his opinions he was willing to sacrifice all these valuable things, and did sacrifice them, and went on doing it, too, when he could at any moment have made himself rich and supplied himself with friends and esteem by compromising with his father at the moderate expense of throwing overboard one or two indifferent details of his cargo of principles. He and Harriet eloped to Scotland and got married. They took lodgings in Edinburgh, of a sort answerable to their purse, which was about empty, and there their life was a happy one, and grew daily more so. They had only themselves for company, but they needed no additions to it. They were as cozy and contented as birds in a nest. Harriet sang evenings or read aloud. Also, she studied and tried to improve her mind, her husband instructing her in Latin. She was very beautiful. She was modest, quiet, genuine, and, according to her husband's testimony, she had no fine lady airs or aspirations about her. In Matthew Arnold's judgment she was a pleasing figure. The pair remained 5 weeks in Edinburgh, and then took lodgings in York, where Shelley's college mate, Hogg, lived. Shelley presently ran down to London, and Hogg took this opportunity to make love to the young wife. She repulsed him, and reported the fact to her husband when he got back. It seems a pity that Shelley did not copy this creditable conduct of hers some time or other when under temptation, so that we might have seen the author of his biography hang the miracle in the skies and squirt rainbows at it. At the end of the first year of marriage, the most trying year for any young couple, for then the mutual failings are coming one by one to light, and the necessary adjustments are being made in pain and tribulation, Shelley was able to recognize that his marriage venture had been a safe one. As we have seen, his love for his wife had begun in a rather shallow way and with not much force, but now it was become deep and strong, which entitles his wife to a broad credit mark, one may admit. He addresses a long and loving poem to her in which both passion and worship appear. Exhibit A. O thou whose dear love gleamed upon the gloomy path which this lone spirit travelled, wilt thou not turn those spirit-beaming eyes and look on me, until I be assured that earth is heaven and heaven is earth? Harriet, let death all mortal ties dissolve, but ours shall not be mortal. Shelley also wrote a sonnet to her in August this same year, in celebration of her birthday. Exhibit B. Ever as now with love and virtue's glow may thy unwithering soul not cease to burn, still may thine heart with those pure thoughts overflow which force from mine such quick and warm return. Was the girl of 17 glad and proud and happy? We may conjecture that she was. That was the year 1812. Another year passed, still happily, still successfully. A child was born in June 1813, and in September, 3 months later, Shelley addresses a poem to this child, Ianthe, in which she points out just when the little creature is most particularly dear to him. Exhibit C. Dearest, when most thy tender traits express the image of thy mother's loveliness. Up to this point the fabulist counsel for Shelley and prosecutor of his young wife has had easy sailing, but now his trouble begins, for Shelley is getting ready to make some unpleasant history for himself, and it will be necessary to put the blame of it on the wife. Shelley had made the acquaintance of a charming, gray-haired, young-hearted Mrs. Boinville, whose face retained a certain youthful beauty. She lived at Bracknell, and had a young daughter named Cornelia Turner, who was equipped with many fascinations. Apparently these people were sufficiently sentimental. Hogg says of Mrs. Boinville, "The greater part of her associates were odious. I generally found there 2 or 3 sentimental young butchers, an eminently philosophical tinker, and several very unsophisticated medical practitioners or medical students, all of low origin and vulgar and offensive manners. They sighed, turned up their eyes, retailed philosophy, such as it was," etc. Shelley moved to Bracknell July 27th (this is still 1813), purposely to be near this unwholesome prairie dog's nest. The fabulist says, "It was the entrance into a world more amiable and exquisite than he had yet known. In this acquaintance the attraction was mutual," and presently it grew to be very mutual indeed, between Shelley and Cornelia Turner, when they got to studying the Italian poets together. Shelley responding like a tremulous instrument to every breath of passion or of sentiment, had his chance here. It took only 4 days for Cornelia's attractions to begin to dim Harriet's. Shelley arrived on the 27th of July. On the 31st he wrote a sonnet to Harriet in which "one detects already the little rift in the lover's lute, which had seemed to be healed or never to have gaped at all when the later and happier sonnet to Ianthe was written. In September we remember. Exhibit D. Evening to Harriet. O thou bright sun, beneath the dark blue line of western distance that sublime descendest, and gleaming lovelier as thy beams decline, thy million hues to every vapor lendest, and over cobweb, lawn, and grove, and stream sheddest the liquid magic of thy light, till calm earth with the parting splendor bright shows like the vision of a beauteous dream. What gazer now with astronomic eye could coldly count the spots within thy sphere? Such were thy lover, Harriet, could he fly the thoughts of all that makes his passion dear, and turning senseless from thy warm caress pick flaws in our close woven happiness. I cannot find the rift, still it may be there. What the poem seems to say is, that a person would be coldly ungrateful who could consent to count and consider little spots and flaws in such a warm, great, satisfying sun as Harriet is. It is a little rift which had seemed to be healed, or never to have gaped at all. That is, one detects a little rift which perhaps had never existed. How does one do that? How does one see the invisible? It is the fabulist's secret. He knows how to detect what does not exist. He knows how to see what is not seeable. It is his gift, and he works it many a time to poor dead Harriet Shelley's deep damage. As yet, however, if there was a speck upon Shelley's happiness, it was no more than a speck, meaning the one which one detects where it may never have gaped at all. Nor had Harriet cause for discontent. Shelley's Latin instructions to his wife had ceased. From a teacher he had now become a pupil. Mrs. Boinville and her young married daughter Cornelia were teaching him Italian poetry, a fact which warns one to receive with some caution that other statement that Harriet had no cause for discontent. Shelley had stopped instructing Harriet in Latin, as before mentioned. The biographer thinks that the busy life in London some time back and the intrusion of the baby account for this. These were hindrances, but were there no others? He is always overlooking a detail here and there that might be valuable in helping us understand a situation. For instance, when a man has been hard at work at the Italian poets with a pretty woman, hour after hour, and responding like a tremulous instrument to every breath of passion or of sentiment in the meantime, that man is dog-tired when he gets home, and he can't teach his wife Latin. It would be unreasonable to expect it. Up to this time we have submitted to having Mrs. Boinville pushed upon us as ostensibly concerned in these Italian lessons, but the biographer drops her now of his own accord. Cornelia, perhaps, is sole teacher. Hogg says she was a prey to a kind of sweet melancholy, arising from causes purely imaginary. She required consolation, and found it in Petrarch. He also says, Bysshe entered at once fully into her views, and caught the soft infection, breathing the tenderest and sweetest melancholy, as every true poet ought. Then the author of the book interlards a most stately and fine compliment to Cornelia, furnished by a man of approved judgment who knew her well in later years. It is a very good compliment indeed, and she no doubt deserved it in her later years, when she had for generations ceased to be sentimental and lackadaisical, and was no longer engaged in enchanting young husbands and sowing sorrow for young wives. But why is that compliment to that old gentlewoman intruded there? Is it to make the reader believe she was well chosen and safe society for a young sentimental husband? The biographer's device was not well planned. That old person was not present. It was her other self that was there, her young, sentimental, melancholy, warm-blooded self in those early sweet times before antiquity had cooled her off and mossed her back. In choosing for friends such women as Mrs. Newton, Mrs. Boinville, and Cornelia Turner, Shelley gave good proof of his insight and discrimination. That is the fabulist's opinion. Harriet Shelley's is not reported. Early in August Shelley was in London trying to raise money. In September he wrote the poem to the baby already quoted from. In the first week of October Shelley and family went to Warwick, then to Edinburgh, arriving there about the middle of the month. Harriet was happy. Why? The author furnishes a reason, but hides from us whether it is history or conjecture. It is because the babe had borne the journey well. It has all the aspect of one of his artful devices, flung in his favorite casual way, the way he has when he wants to draw one's attention away from an obvious thing and amuse it with some trifle that is less obvious but more useful in a history like this. The obvious thing is that Harriet was happy because there was much territory between her husband and Cornelia Turner now, and because the perilous Italian lessons were taking a rest, and because if there chanced to be any respondings, like a tremulous instrument to every breath of passion or of sentiment in stock in these days, she might hope to get a share of them herself, and because, with her husband liberated now from the fetid fascinations of that sentimental retreat so pitilessly described by Hogg, who also dubbed it Shelley's Paradise later, she might hope to persuade him to stay away from it permanently, and because she might also hope that his brain would cool now, and his heart become healthy, and both brain and heart consider the situation and resolve that it would be a right and manly thing to stand by this girl wife and her child, and see that they were honorably dealt with, and cherished, and protected and loved by the man that had promised these things, and so be made happy and kept so. And because, also, may we conjecture this? We may hope for the privilege of taking up our cozy Latin lessons again, that used to be so pleasant, and brought us so near together, so near indeed that often our heads touched, just as heads do over Italian lessons, and our hands met in casual and unintentional, but still most delicious and thrilling, little contacts and momentary clasps, just as they inevitably do over Italian lessons. Suppose one should say to any young wife, "I find that your husband is poring over the Italian poets and being instructed in the beautiful Italian language by the lovely Cornelia Robinson." Would that cozy picture fail to rise before her mind? Would its possibilities fail to suggest themselves to her? Would there be a pang in her heart and a blush on her face? Or, on the contrary, would the remark give her pleasure, make her joyous and gay? Why, one needs only to make the experiment. The result will not be uncertain. However, we learn, by authority of deeply reasoned and searching conjecture, that the baby bore the journey well, and that was why the young wife was happy. That accounts for 2% of the happiness, but it was not right to imply that it accounted for the other 98 also. Peacock, a scholar, poet, and friend of the Shelleys, was of their party when they went away. He used to laugh at the Boinville menagerie, and was not a favorite. One of the Boinville group, writing to Hogg, said, "The Shelleys have made an addition to their party in the person of a cold scholar, who, I think, has neither taste nor feeling. This Shelley will perceive sooner or later, for his warm nature craves sympathy." True, and Shelley will fight his way back there to get it. There will be no way to head him off. Towards the end of November it was necessary for Shelley to pay a business visit to London, and he conceived the project of leaving Harriet and the baby in Edinburgh with Harriet's sister, Eliza Westbrook, a sensible, practical maiden lady, about 30 years old, who had spent a great part of her time with the family since the marriage. She was an estimable woman, and Shelley had had reason to like her, and did like her, but along about this time his feeling towards her changed. Part of Shelley's plan, as he wrote Hogg, was to spend his London evenings with the Newtons, members of the Boinville Hysterical Society. But alas, when he arrived, early in December, that pleasant game was partially blocked, for Eliza and the family arrived with him. We are left destitute of conjectures at this point by the biographer, and it is my duty to supply one. I chance the conjecture that it was Eliza who interfered with that game. I think she tried to do what she could towards modifying the Boinville connection in the interest of her young sister's peace and honor. If it was she who blocked that game, she was not strong enough to block the next one. Before the month and year were out, no date given, let us call it Christmas, Shelley and family were nested in a furnished house in Windsor, at no great distance from the Boinvilles, these decoys still residing at Bracknell. What we need now is a misleading conjecture. We get it with characteristic promptness and depravity. But Prince Athanase found not the aged Zonoras, the friend of his boyhood, in any wanderings to Windsor. Dr. Lind had died a year since, and with his death Windsor must have lost, for Shelley, its chief attraction. Still, not to mention Shelley's wife, there was Bracknell, at any rate. While Bracknell remains, all solace is not lost. Shelley is represented by this biographer as doing a great many careless things, but to my mind this hiring a furnished house for 3 months in order to be with a man who has been dead a year is the carelessest of them all. One feels for him. That is but natural, and does us honor besides, yet one is vexed for all that. He could have written and asked about the aged Zonoras before taking the house. He may not have had the address, but that is nothing. Any postman would know the aged Zonoras. A dead postman would remember a name like that. And yet, why throw a rag like this to us ravening wolves? Is it seriously supposable that we will stop to chew it, and let our prey escape? No, we are getting to expect this kind of device, and to give it merely a sniff for certainty's sake, and then walk around it, and leave it lying. Shelley was not after the aged Zonoras. He was pointed for Cornelia and the Italian lessons, for his warm nature was craving sympathy. End of Part One of In Defense of Harriet Shelley, read by John Greenman. Section 3 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 2, In Defense of Harriet Shelley, Part 2. The year 1813 is just ended now, and we step into 1814. To recapitulate, how much of Cornelia's society has Shelley had thus far? Portions of August and September, and 4 days of July. That is to say, he has had opportunity to enjoy it, more or less, during that brief period. Did he want some more of it? We must fall back upon history, and then go to conjecturing. In the early part of the year 1814 Shelley was a frequent visitor at Bracknell. Frequent is a cautious word in this author's mouth. The very cautiousness of it, the vagueness of it, provokes suspicion. It makes one suspect that this frequency was more frequent than the mere common everyday kinds of frequency which one is in the habit of averaging up with the unassuming term frequent. I think so because they fixed up a bedroom for him in the Boinville house. One doesn't need a bedroom if one is only going to run over now and then in a disconnected way to respond like a tremulous instrument to every breath of passion or of sentiment, and rub up one's Italian poetry a little. The young wife was not invited, perhaps. If she was, she most certainly did not come, or she would have straightened the room up. The most ignorant of us knows that a wife would not endure a room in the condition in which Hogg found this one when he occupied it one night. Shelley was away. Why, nobody can divine. Clothes were scattered about. There were books on every side. Wherever a book could be laid was an open book turned down on its face to keep its place. It seems plain that the wife was not invited. No, not that. I think she was invited, but said to herself that she could not bear to go there and see another young woman touching heads with her husband over an Italian book, and making thrilling hand contacts with him accidentally. As remarked, he was a frequent visitor there, where he found an easeful resting place in the house of Mrs. Boinville, the white-haired Maimuna, and of her daughter, Mrs. Turner. The aged Zonaras was deceased, but the white-haired Maimuna was still on deck, as we see. 3 charming ladies entertained the mocker (Hogg) with cups of tea, late hours, Wieland's Agathon, sighs and smiles, and the celestial manna of refined sentiment. Such, says Hogg, were the delights of Shelley's paradise in Bracknell. The white-haired Maimuna presently writes to Hogg, "I will not have you despise homespun pleasures. Shelley is making a trial of them with us." A trial of them. It may be called that. It was March 11th, and he had been in the house a month. She continues, "Shelley likes them so well that he is resolved to leave off rambling." But he has already left it off. He has been there a month. "And begin a course of them himself." But he has already begun it. He has been at it a month. He likes it so well that he has forgotten all about his wife, as a letter of his reveals. "Seriously, I think his mind and body want rest." Yet he has been resting both for a month, with Italian, and tea, and manna of sentiment, and late hours, and every restful thing a young husband could need for the refreshment of weary limbs, and a sore conscience, and a nagging sense of shabbiness and treachery. His journeys after what he has never found have racked his purse and his tranquillity. He is resolved to take a little care of the former, in pity to the latter, which I applaud, and shall second with all my might." But she does not say whether the young wife, a stranger and lonely yonder, wants another woman and her daughter Cornelia to be lavishing so much inflamed interest on her husband or not. That young wife is always silent. We are never allowed to hear from her. She must have opinions about such things. She cannot be indifferent. She must be approving or disapproving. Surely she would speak if she were allowed. Even today, and from her grave she would, if she could, I think. But we get only the other side. They keep her silent always. "He has deeply interested us. In the course of your intimacy he must have made you feel what we now feel for him. He is seeking a house close to us." Ah, he is not close enough yet, it seems. "And if he succeeds we shall have an additional motive to induce him to come among us in the summer." The reader would puzzle a long time and not guess the biographer's comment upon the above letter. It is this: "These sound like words of a considerate and judicious friend." That is what he thinks. That is, it is what he thinks he thinks. No, that is not quite it. It is what he thinks he can stupefy a particularly and unspeakably dull reader into thinking it is what he thinks. He makes that comment with the knowledge that Shelley is in love with this woman's daughter, and that it is because of the fascinations of these two that Shelley has deserted his wife for this month, considering all the circumstances, and his new passion, and his employment of the time, amounted to desertion. That is its rightful name. We cannot know how the wife regarded it and felt about it, but if she could have read the letter which Shelley was writing to Hogg 4 or 5 days later, we could guess her thought and how she felt. Hear him: I have been staying with Mrs. Boinville for the last month. I have escaped in the society of all that philosophy and friendship combine from the dismaying solitude of myself. It is fair to conjecture that he was feeling ashamed. They have revived in my heart the expiring flame of life. I have felt myself translated to a paradise which has nothing of mortality but its transitoriness. My heart sickens at the view of that necessity which will quickly divide me from the delightful tranquillity of this happy home, for it has become my home. Eliza is still with us, not here, but will be with me when the infinite malice of destiny forces me to depart. Eliza is she who blocked that game, the game in London, the one where we were proposing to dine every night with one of the three charming ladies who fed tea and manna and late hours to Hogg at Bracknell. Shelley could send Eliza away, of course, could have cleared her out long ago, if so minded, just as he had previously done with a predecessor of hers whom he had first worshipped and then turned against, but perhaps she was useful there as a thin excuse for staying away himself. I am now but little inclined to contest this point. I certainly hate her with all my heart and soul. It is a sight which awakens an inexpressible sensation of disgust and horror to see her caress my poor little Ianthe, in whom I may hereafter find the consolation of sympathy. I sometimes feel faint with the fatigue of checking the overflowings of my unbounded abhorrence for this miserable wretch, but she is no more than a blind and loathsome worm that cannot see to sting. I have begun to learn Italian again. Cornelia assists me in this language. Did I not once tell you that I thought her cold and reserved? She is the reverse of this, as she is the reverse of everything bad. She inherits all the divinity of her mother. I have sometimes forgotten that I am not an inmate of this delightful home, that a time will come which will cast me again into the boundless ocean of abhorred society. I have written nothing but one stanza, which has no meaning, and that I have only written in thought. Thy dewy looks sink in my breast, thy gentle words stir poison there, thou hast disturbed the only rest that was the portion of despair. Subdued to duty's hard control, I could have borne my wayward lot. The chains that bind this reined soul had cankered then, but crushed it not. This is the vision of a delirious and distempered dream which passes away at the cold clear light of morning. Its surpassing excellence and exquisite perfections have no more reality than the color of an autumnal sunset. Then it did not refer to his wife. That is plain, otherwise he would have said so. It is well that he explained that it has no meaning, for if he had not done that the previous soft references to Cornelia, and the way he has come to feel about her now, would make us think she was the person who had inspired it while teaching him how to read the warm and ruddy Italian poets during a month. The biography observes that portions of this letter read like the tired moaning of a wounded creature. Guesses at the nature of the wound are permissible. We will hazard one. Read by the light of Shelley's previous history, his letter seems to be the cry of a tortured conscience. Until this time it was a conscience that had never felt a pang or known a smirch. It was the conscience of one who, until this time, had never done a dishonorable thing, or an ungenerous, or cruel, or treacherous thing, but was now doing all of these, and was keenly aware of it. Up to this time Shelley had been master of his nature, and it was a nature which was as beautiful and as nearly perfect as any merely human nature may be. But he was drunk now with a debasing passion, and was not himself. There is nothing in his previous history that is in character with the Shelley of this letter. He had done boyish things, foolish things, even crazy things, but never a thing to be ashamed of. He had done things which one might laugh at, but the privilege of laughing was limited always to the thing itself. You could not laugh at the motive back of it. That was high, that was noble. His most fantastic and quixotic acts had a purpose back of them which made them fine, often great, and made the rising laugh seem profanation, and quenched it, and changed the impulse to homage. Up to this time he had been loyalty itself where his obligations lay. Treachery was new to him. He had never done an ignoble thing. Baseness was new to him. He had never done an unkind thing. That also was new to him. This was the author of that letter. This was the man who had deserted his young wife and was lamenting because he must leave another woman's house which had become a home to him, and go away. Is he lamenting mainly because he must go back to his wife and child? No, the lament is mainly for what he is to leave behind him. The physical comforts of the house? No, in his life he had never attached importance to such things. Then the thing which he grieves to leave is narrowed down to a person, to the person whose dewy looks had sunk into his breast, and whose seducing words had stirred poison there. He was ashamed of himself. His conscience was upbraiding him. He was the slave of a degrading love. He was drunk with his passion. The real Shelley was in temporary eclipse. This is the verdict which his previous history must certainly deliver upon this episode, I think. One must be allowed to assist himself with conjectures like these when trying to find his way through a literary swamp which has so many misleading finger-boards up as this book is furnished with. We have now arrived at a part of the swamp where the difficulties and perplexities are going to be greater than any we have yet met with, where, indeed, the finger-boards are multitudinous, and the most of them pointing diligently in the wrong direction. We are to be told by the biography why Shelley deserted his wife and child and took up with Cornelia Turner and Italian. It was not on account of Cornelia's size and sensibilities and tea and manna and late hours and soft and sweet and industrious enticements. No, it was because his happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death. It had been wounded and bruised almost to death in this way. First, Harriet persuaded him to set up a carriage. Second, after the intrusion of the baby, Harriet stopped reading aloud and studying. Third, Harriet's walks with Hogg commonly conducted us to some fashionable bonnet shop. Fourth, Harriet hired a wet nurse. Fifth, when an operation was being performed upon the baby, Harriet stood by, narrowly observing all that was done, but, to the astonishment of the operator, betraying not the smallest sign of emotion. Sixth, Eliza Westbrook, sister-in-law, was still of the household. The evidence against Harriet Shelley is all in. There is no more. Upon these 6 counts she stands indicted of the crime of driving her husband into that sty at Bracknell, and this crime, by these helps, the biographical prosecuting attorney has set himself the task of proving upon her. Does the biographer call himself the attorney for the prosecution? No, only to himself privately. Publicly he is the passionless, disinterested, impartial judge on the bench. He holds up his judicial scales before the world, that all may see, and it all tries to look so fair that a blind person would sometimes fail to see him slip the false weights in. Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death. First, because Harriet had persuaded him to set up a carriage. I cannot discover that any evidence is offered that she asked him to set up a carriage. Still, if she did, was it a heavy offense? Was it unique? Other young wives had committed it before, others have committed it since. Shelley had dearly loved her in those London days. Possibly he set up the carriage gladly to please her. Affectionate young husbands do such things. When Shelley ran away with another girl by and by, this girl persuaded him to pour the price of many carriages and many horses down the bottomless well of her father's debts, but this impartial judge finds no fault with that. Once she appeals to Shelley to raise money, necessarily by borrowing there was no other way to pay her father's debts with at a time when Shelley was in danger of being arrested and imprisoned for his own debts. Yet the good judge finds no fault with her, even for this. First and last, Shelley emptied into that rapacious mendicant's lap a sum which cost him, for he borrowed it at ruinous rates, from $80,000 to $100,000. But it was Mary Godwin's papa. The supplications were often sent through Mary. The good judge is Mary's strenuous friend, so Mary gets no censures. On the Continent, Mary rode in her private carriage, built, as Shelley boasts, by one of the best makers in Bond Street. Yet the good judge makes not even a passing comment on this iniquity. Let us throw out count number 1 against Harriet Shelley as being far-fetched and frivolous. Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death, secondly, because Harriet's studies had dwindled away to nothing. Bysshe had ceased to express any interest in them. At what time was this? It was when Harriet had fully recovered from the fatigue of her first effort of maternity, and was now in full force, vigor, and effect. Very well. The baby was born 2 days before the close of June. It took the mother a month to get back her full force, vigor, and effect. This brings us to July 27th and the deadly Cornelia. If a wife of 18 is studying with her husband and he gets smitten with another woman, isn't he likely to lose interest in his wife's studies for that reason? And is not his wife's interest in her studies likely to languish for the same reason? Would not the mere sight of those books of hers sharpen the pain that is in her heart? This sudden breaking down of a mutual intellectual interest of 2 years' standing is coincident with Shelley's re-encounter with Cornelia, and we are allowed to gather from that time forth, for nearly 2 months, he did all his studying in that person's society. We feel at liberty to rule out count number 2 from the indictment against Harriet. Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death, thirdly, because Harriet's walks with Hogg commonly led to some fashionable bonnet shop. I offer no palliation. I only ask why the dispassionate, impartial judge did not offer one himself, merely, I mean, to offset his leniency in a similar case or two, where the girl who ran away with Harriet's husband was the shopper. There are several occasions where she interested herself with shopping, among them being walks which ended at the bonnet shop, yet in none of these cases does she get a word of blame from the good judge, while in one of them he covers the deed with a justifying remark, she doing the shopping that time to find easement for her mind, her child having died. Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death, fourthly, by the introduction there of a wet nurse. The wet nurse was introduced at the time of the Edinburgh sojourn, immediately after Shelley had been enjoying the 2 months of study with Cornelia, which broke up his wife's studies and destroyed his personal interest in them. Why, by this time nothing that Shelley's wife could do would have been satisfactory to him, for he was in love with another woman, and was never going to be contented again until he got back to her. If he had been still in love with his wife, it is not easily conceivable that he would care much who nursed the baby, provided the baby was well nursed. Harriet's jealousy was assuredly voicing itself now. Shelley's conscience was assuredly nagging him, pestering him, persecuting him. Shelley needed excuses for his altered attitude towards his wife. Providence pitied him and sent the wet nurse. If Providence had sent him a cotton doughnut, it would have answered just as well. All he wanted was something to find fault with. Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death, fifthly, because Harriet narrowly watched a surgical operation which was being performed upon her child, and, to the astonishment of the operator, who was watching Harriet instead of attending to his operation, she betrayed not the smallest sign of emotion. The author of this biography was not ashamed to set down that exultant slander. He was apparently not aware that it was a small business to bring into his court a witness whose name he does not know, and whose character and veracity there is none to vouch for, and allow him to strike this blow at the mother heart of this friendless girl. The biographer says, "We may not infer from this that Harriet did not feel." Why put it in, then? But we learn that those about her could believe her to be hard and insensible. Who were those who were about her? Her husband? He hated her now, because he was in love elsewhere. Her sister? Of course that is not charged. Peacock? Peacock does not testify. The wet nurse? She does not testify. If any others were there, we have no mention of them. Those about her are reduced to one person, her husband. Who reports the circumstance? It is Hogg. Perhaps he was there. We do not know. But if he was, he still got his information at second hand, as it was the operator who noticed Harriet's lack of emotion, not himself. Hogg is not given to saying kind things when Harriet is his subject. He may have said them the time that he tried to tempt her to soil her honor, but after that he mentions her usually with a sneer. Among those who were about her was one witness well equipped to silence all tongues, abolish all doubts, set our minds at rest, one witness, not called and not callable, whose evidence, if we could but get it, would outweigh the oaths of whole battalions of hostile Hoggs and nameless surgeons. The baby. I wish we had the baby's testimony. And yet if we had it, it would not do us any good. a furtive conjecture, a sly insinuation, a pious "if" or two, would be smuggled in, here and there, with a solemn air of judicial investigation, and its positiveness would wilt into dubiety. The biographer says of Harriet: "If words of tender affection and motherly pride proved the reality of love, then undoubtedly she loved her first born child. That is, if mere empty words can prove it, it stands proved. And in this way, without committing himself, he gives the reader a chance to infer that there isn't any extant evidence but words, and that he doesn't take much stock in them. How seldom he shows his hand! He is always lurking behind a non-committal 'if' or something of that kind, always gliding and dodging around, distributing colorless poison here and there and everywhere, but always leaving himself in a position to say that his language will be found innocuous if taken to pieces and examined. He clearly exhibits a steady and never relaxing purpose to make Harriet the scapegoat for her husband's first great sin, but it is in the general view that this is revealed, not in the details. His insidious literature is like blue water. You know what it is that makes it blue, but you cannot produce and verify any detail of the cloud of microscopic dust in it that does it. Your adversary can dip up a glassful and show you that it is pure white, and you cannot deny it, and he can dip the lake dry, glass by glass, and show that every glassful is white, and prove it to anyone's eye, and yet that lake was blue, and you can swear it. This book is blue, with slander in solution. Let the reader examine, for example, the paragraph of comment which immediately follows the letter containing Shelley's self-exposure, which we have been considering. This is it. One should inspect the individual sentences as they go by, then pass them in procession and review the cakewalk as a whole. Shelley's happiness in his home, as is evident from this pathetic letter, had been fatally stricken. It is evident, also, that he knew where duty lay. He felt that his part was to take up his burden silently and sorrowfully, and to bear it henceforth with the quietness of despair. But we can perceive that he scarcely possessed the strength and fortitude needful for success in such an attempt. And clearly Shelley himself was aware how perilous it was to accept that respite of blissful ease which he enjoyed in the Boinville household, for gentle voices and dewy looks and words of sympathy could not fail to remind him of an ideal of tranquillity or of joy which could never be his, and which he must henceforth sternly exclude from his imagination. That paragraph commits the author in no way. Taken sentence by sentence, it asserts nothing against anybody or in favor of anybody, pleads for nobody, accuses nobody. Taken detail by detail, it is as innocent as moonshine, and yet, taken as a whole, it is a design against the reader. Its intent is to remove the feeling which the letter must leave with him if let alone, and put a different one in its place, to remove a feeling justified by the letter and substitute one not justified by it. The letter itself gives you no uncertain picture. No lecturer is needed to stand by with a stick and point out its details, and let on to explain what they mean. The picture is the very clear and remorsefully faithful picture of a fallen and fettered angel who is ashamed of himself, an angel who beats his soiled wings and cries, who complains to the woman who enticed him that he could have borne his wayward lot, he could have stood by his duty if it had not been for her beguilements, an angel who rails at the boundless ocean of abhorred society, and rages at his poor judicious sister-in-law. If there is any dignity about this spectacle, it will escape most people. Yet when the paragraph of comment is taken as a whole, the picture is full of dignity and pathos. We have before us a blameless and noble spirit stricken to the earth by malign powers, but not conquered, tempted, but grandly putting the temptation away, enmeshed by subtle coils, but sternly resolved to rend them and march forth victorious at any peril of life or limb. Curtain, slow music. Was it the purpose of the paragraph to take the bad taste of Shelley's letter out of the reader's mouth? If that was not it, good ink was wasted. Without that it has no relevancy. The multiplication table would have padded the space as rationally. We have inspected the 6 reasons which we are asked to believe drove a man of conspicuous patience, honor, justice, fairness, kindliness, and iron firmness, resolution, and steadfastness, from the wife whom he loved and who loved him, to a refuge in the mephitic paradise of Bracknell. These are 6 infinitely little reasons, but there were 6 colossal ones, and these the counsel for the destruction of Harriet Shelley persists in not considering very important. Moreover, the colossal 6 preceded the little 6, and had done the mischief before they were born. Let us double column the 12. Then we shall see at a glance that each little reason is in turn answered by a retorting reason of a size to overshadow it and make it insignificant. 1. Harriet sets up carriage. 1. Cornelia Turner. 2. Harriet stops studying. 2. Cornelia Turner. 3. Harriet goes to bonnet shop. 3. Cornelia Turner. 4. Harriet takes a wet nurse. 4. Cornelia Turner. 5. Harriet has too much nerve. 5. Cornelia Turner. 6. Detested sister-in-law. 6. Cornelia Turner. As soon as we comprehend that Cornelia Turner and the Italian lessons happened before the little 6 had been discovered to be grievances, we understand why Shelley's happiness in his home had been wounded and bruised almost to death, and no one can persuade us into laying it on Harriet. Shelley and Cornelia are the responsible persons, and we cannot in honor and decency allow the cruelties which they practised upon the unoffending wife to be pushed aside in order to give us a chance to waste time and tears over 6 sentimental justifications of an offense which the 6 can't justify, nor even respectably assist in justifying. 6? There were 7, but in charity to the biographer the 7th ought not to be exposed. Still, he hung it out himself, and not only hung it out, but thought it was a good point in Shelley's favor. For 2 years Shelley found sympathy and intellectual food, and all that at home. There was enough for spiritual and mental support, but not enough for luxury, and so at the end of the contented 2 years this latter detail justifies him in going bag and baggage over to Cornelia Turner and supplying the rest of his need in the way of surplus sympathy and intellectual pie unlawfully. By the same reasoning a man in merely comfortable circumstances may rob a bank without sin. End of Part 2 of In Defense of Harriet Shelley, read by John Greenman. Section 4 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain, Chapter 2, Part 3, In Defense of Harriet Shelley. It is 1814. It is the 16th of March. Shelley has written his letter. He has been in the Boinville paradise a month. His deserted wife is in her husbandless home. Mischief had been wrought. It is the biographer who concedes this. We greatly need some light on Harriet's side of the case now. We need to know how she enjoyed the month. But there is no way to inform ourselves. There seems to be a strange absence of documents and letters and diaries on that side. Shelley kept a diary. The approaching Mary Godwin kept a diary. Her father kept one. Her half-sister by marriage, adoption, and the dispensation of God kept one. And the entire tribe and all its friends wrote and received letters, and the letters were kept, and are producible when this biography needs them. But there are only 3 or 4 scraps of Harriet's writing, and no diary. Harriet wrote plenty of letters to her husband. Nobody knows where they are, I suppose. She wrote plenty of letters to other people. Apparently they have disappeared too. Peacock says she wrote good letters, but apparently interested people had sagacity enough to mislay them in time. After all her industry, she went down into her grave and lies silent there, silent when she has so much need to speak. We can only wonder at this mystery, not account for it. No, there is no way of finding out what Harriet's state of feeling was during the month that Shelley was disporting himself in the Bracknell paradise. We have to fall back upon conjecture, as our fabulist does when he has nothing more substantial to work with. Then we easily conjecture that as the days dragged by, Harriet's heart grew heavier and heavier under its 2 burdens, shame and resentment. The shame of being pointed at and gossiped about as a deserted wife, and resentment against the woman who had beguiled her husband from her and now kept him in a disreputable captivity. Deserted wives, deserted whether for cause or without cause, find small charity among the virtuous and the discreet. We conjecture that one after another the neighbors ceased to call, that one after another they got to being engaged when Harriet called, that finally they one after another cut her dead on the street, that after that she stayed in the house daytimes and brooded over her sorrows, and nighttimes did the same, there being nothing else to do with the heavy hours and the silence and solitude and the dreary intervals which sleep should have charitably bridged, but didn't. Yes, mischief had been wrought. The biographer arrives at this conclusion, and it is a most just one. Then, just as you begin to half hope he is going to discover the cause of it and launch hot bolts of wrath at the guilty manufacturers of it, you have to turn away disappointed. You are disappointed, and you sigh. This is what he says. The italics are mine. However the mischief may have been wrought, and at this day no one can wish to heap blame on any buried head, so it is poor Harriet after all. Stern justice must take its course, justice tempered with delicacy, justice tempered with compassion, justice that pities a forlorn dead girl and refuses to strike her, except in the back, will not be ignoble and say the harsh thing, but only insinuate it. Stern justice knows about the carriage and the wet nurse and the bonnet shop and the other dark things that caused this sad mischief, and may not, must not blink them. So it delivers judgment where judgment belongs, but softens the blow by not seeming to deliver judgment at all. To resume, the italics are mine. However the mischief may have been wrought, and at this day no one can wish to heap blame on any buried head, it is certain that some cause or causes of deep division between Shelley and his wife were in operation during the early part of the year 1814. This shows penetration. No deduction could be more accurate than this. There were indeed some causes of deep division. But next comes another disappointing sentence. To guess at the precise nature of these causes in the absence of definite statement were useless. Why, he has already been guessing at them for several pages, and we have been trying to outguess him, and now, all of a sudden, he is tired of it and won't play any more. It is not quite fair to us. However, he will get over this by and by, when Shelley commits his next indiscretion and has to be guessed out of it at Harriet's expense. We may rest content with Shelley's own words. In a Chancery paper drawn up by him 3 years later, they were these: "Delicacy forbids me to say more than that we were disunited by incurable dissensions." As for me, I do not quite see why we should rest content with anything of the sort. It is not a very definite statement. It does not necessarily mean anything more than that he did not wish to go into the tedious details of those family quarrels. Delicacy could quite properly excuse him from saying, "I was in love with Cornelia all that time. My wife kept crying and worrying about it, and upbraiding me and begging me to cut myself free from a connection which was wronging her and disgracing us both, and I, being stung by these reproaches, retorted with fierce and bitter speeches, for it is my nature to do that when I am stirred, especially if the target of them is a person whom I had greatly loved and respected before, as witness my various attitudes towards Miss Hitchener, the Gisbornes, Harriet's sister, and others. And finally, I did not improve this state of things when I deserted my wife and spent a whole month with the woman who had infatuated me." No, he could not go into those details, and we excuse him. But, nevertheless, we do not rest content with this bland proposition to puff away that whole long, disreputable episode with a single meaningless remark of Shelley's. We do admit that "it is certain that some cause or causes of deep division were in operation." We would admit it, just the same, if the grammar of the statement were as straight as a string, for we drift into pretty indifferent grammar ourselves when we are absorbed in historical work, but we have to decline to admit that we cannot guess those cause or causes. But guessing is not really necessary. There is evidence attainable, evidence from the batch discredited by the biographer and set out at the back door in his appendix basket, and yet a court of law would think twice before throwing it out, whereas it would be a hardy person who would venture to offer in such a place a good part of the material which is placed before the readers of this book as evidence, and so treated by this daring biographer. Among some letters in the appendix basket from Mrs. Godwin, detailing the Godwinian share in the Shelleyan events of 1814, she tells how Harriet Shelley came to her and her husband, agitated and weeping, to implore them to forbid Shelley the house, and prevent his seeing Mary Godwin. She related that last November he had fallen in love with Mrs. Turner, and paid her such marked attentions Mr. Turner, the husband, had carried off his wife to Devonshire. The biographer finds a technical fault in this. The Shelleys were in Edinburgh in November. What of that? The woman is recalling a conversation which is more than 2 months old. Besides, she was probably more intent upon the central and important fact of it than upon its unimportant date. Harriet's quoted statement has some sense in it. For that reason, if for no other, it ought to have been put in the body of the book. Still, that would not have answered. Even the biographer's enemy could not be cruel enough to ask him to let this real grievance, this compact and substantial and picturesque figure, this raw head and bloody bones, come striding in there among those pale shams, those rickety spectres labeled wet nurse, bonnet shop, and so on. No,
The father of all malice could not ask the biographer to expose his pathetic goblins to a competition like that. The fabulist finds fault with the statement because it has a technical error in it, and he does this at the moment that he is furnishing us an error himself, and of a graver sort. He says, "If Turner carried off his wife to Devonshire, he brought her back, and Shelley was staying with her and her mother on terms of cordial intimacy in March, 1814." We accept the cordial intimacy. It was the very thing Harriet was complaining of. But there is nothing to show that it was Turner who brought his wife back. The statement is thrown in as if it were not only true, but was proof that Turner was not uneasy. Turner's movements are proof of nothing. Nothing but a statement from Turner's mouth would have any value here, and he made none. 6 days after writing his letter Shelley and his wife were together again for a moment to get remarried according to the rites of the English Church. Within 3 weeks the new husband and wife were apart again, and the former was back in his odorous paradise. This time it is the wife who does the deserting. She finds Cornelia too strong for her, probably. At any rate, she goes away with her baby and sister, and we have a playful fling at her from good Mrs. Boinville, the mysterious spinner Maimuna, she whose face was as a damsel's face, and yet her hair was gray, she of whom the biographer has said, "Shelley was indeed caught in an almost invisible thread spun around him, but unconsciously, by this subtle and benignant enchantress." The subtle and benignant enchantress writes to Hogg, April 18th, "Shelley is again a widower. His beauteous half went to town on Thursday." Then Shelley writes a poem, a chant of grief over the hard fate which obliges him now to leave his paradise and take up with his wife again. It seems to intimate that the paradise is cooling toward him, that he is warned off by acclamation, that he must not even venture to tempt with one last tear his friend Cornelia's ungentle mood, for her eye is glazed and cold, and dares not entreat her lover to stay. Exhibit E. Pause not, the time is past, every voice cries away, tempt not with one last tear thy friend's ungentle mood. Thy lover's eye, so glazed and cold, dares not entreat thy stay. Duty and dereliction guide thee back to solitude. Back to the solitude of his now empty home, that is. Away, away to thy sad and silent home, pour bitter tears on its desolated hearth. But he will have rest in the grave by and by. Until that time comes, the charms of Bracknell will remain in his memory, along with Mrs. Boinville's voice and Cornelia Turner's smile. Thou in the grave shalt rest, yet till the phantoms flee which that house and hearth and garden made dear to thee erewhile, thy remembrance and repentance and deep musings are not free from the music of two voices and the light of one sweet smile. We cannot wonder that Harriet could not stand it. Any of us would have left. We would not even stay with a cat that was in this condition. Even the Boinvilles could not endure it. And so, as we have seen, they gave this one notice. Early in May Shelley was in London. He did not yet despair of reconciliation with Harriet, nor had he ceased to love her. Shelley's poems are a good deal of trouble to his biographer. They are constantly inserted as evidence, and they make much confusion. As soon as one of them has proved one thing, another one follows and proves quite a different thing. The poem just quoted shows that he was in love with Cornelia, but a month later he is in love with Harriet again, and there is a poem to prove it. In this piteous appeal Shelley declares that he has now no grief but one, the grief of having known and lost his wife's love. Exhibit F. Thy look of love has power to calm the stormiest passion of my soul. But without doubt she had been reserving her looks of love a good part of the time for 10 months now, ever since he began to lavish his own on Cornelia Turner at the end of the previous July. He does really seem to have already forgotten Cornelia's merits in one brief month, for he eulogizes Harriet in a way which rules all competition out. Thou only virtuous, gentle, kind, amid a world of hate. He complains of her hardness, and begs her to make the concession of a slight endurance of his waywardness, perhaps, for the sake of a fellow being's lasting weal. But the main force of his appeal is in his closing stanza, and is strongly worded. O trust for once no erring guide! Bid the remorseless feeling flee. 'Tis malice, 'tis revenge, 'tis pride, 'tis anything but thee. O deign a nobler pride to prove, and pity if thou canst not love. This is in May, apparently towards the end of it. Harriet and Shelley were corresponding all the time. Harriet got the poem a copy exists in her own handwriting she being the only gentle and kind person amid a world of hate, according to Shelley's own testimony in the poem. We are permitted to think that the daily letters would presently have melted that kind and gentle heart and brought about the reconciliation, if there had been time, but there wasn't, for in a very few days, in fact before the 8th of June, Shelley was in love with another woman. And so, perhaps while Harriet was walking the floor nights, trying to get her poem by heart, her husband was doing a fresh one for the other girl, Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, with sentiments like these in it. Exhibit G. To spend years thus and be rewarded, as thou, sweet love, requited me when none were near. Thy lips did meet mine tremblingly. Gentle and good and mild thou art, nor can I live if thou appear aught but thyself. And so on. Before the close of June it was known and felt by Mary and Shelley that each was inexpressibly dear to the other. Yes, Shelley had found this child of 16 to his liking, and had wooed and won her in the graveyard. But that is nothing. It was better than wooing her in her nursery, at any rate, where it might have disturbed the other children. However, she was a child in years only. From the day that she set her masculine grip on Shelley he was to frisk no more. If she had occupied the only kind and gentle Harriet's place in March, it would have been a thrilling spectacle to see her invade the Boinville rookery and read the riot act. That holiday of Shelley's would have been of short duration, and Cornelia's hair would have been as gray as her mother's when the services were over. Hogg went to the Godwin residence in Skinner Street with Shelley on the 8th of June. They passed through Godwin's little debt factory of a bookshop and went upstairs hunting for the proprietor. Nobody there. Shelley strode about the room impatiently, making its crazy floor quake under him. Then a door was partially and softly opened. A thrilling voice called "Shelley." A thrilling voice answered "Mary," and he darted out of the room like an arrow from the bow of the far-shooting king. A very young female, fair and fair-haired, pale indeed, and with a piercing look, wearing a frock of tartan, an unusual dress in London at that time, had called him out of the room. This is Mary Godwin, as described by Hogg. The thrill of the voices shows that the love of Shelley and Mary was already upward of a fortnight old. Therefore it had been born within the month of May, born while Harriet was still trying to get her poem by heart, we think. I must not be asked how I know so much about that thrill. It is my secret. The biographer and I have private ways of finding out things when it is necessary to find them out, and the customary methods fail. Shelley left London that day and was gone 10 days. The biographer conjectures that he spent this interval with Harriet in Bath. It would be just like him. To the end of his days he liked to be in love with 2 women at once. He was more in love with Miss Hitchener when he married Harriet than he was with Harriet, and told the lady so with simple and unostentatious candor. He was more in love with Cornelia than he was with Harriet in the end of 1813 and the beginning of 1814, yet he supplied both of them with love poems of an equal temperature meantime. He loved Mary and Harriet in June, and while getting ready to run off with the one, it is conjectured that he put in his odd time trying to get reconciled to the other. By and by, while still in love with Mary, he will make love to her half-sister by marriage, adoption, and the visitation of God through the medium of clandestine letters, and she will answer with letters that are for no eye but his own. When Shelley encountered Mary Godwin he was looking around for another paradise. He had tastes of his own, and there were features about the Godwin establishment that strongly recommended it. Godwin was an advanced thinker and an able writer. One of his romances is still read, but his philosophical works, once so esteemed, are out of vogue now. Their authority was already declining when Shelley made his acquaintance. That is, it was declining with the public, but not with Shelley. They had been his moral and political Bible, and they were that yet. Shelley the infidel would himself have claimed to be less a work of God than a work of Godwin. Godwin's philosophies had formed his mind and interwoven themselves into it and become a part of its texture. He regarded himself as Godwin's spiritual son. Godwin was not without self-appreciation. Indeed, it may be conjectured that from his point of view the last syllable of his name was surplusage. He lived serene in his lofty world of philosophy, far above the mean interests that absorbed smaller men, and only came down to the ground at intervals to pass the hat for alms to pay his debts with, and insult the man that relieved him. Several of his principles were out of the ordinary. For example, he was opposed to marriage. He was not aware that his preachings from this text were but theory and wind. He supposed he was in earnest in imploring people to live together without marrying, until Shelley furnished him a working model of his scheme and a practical example to analyze, by applying the principle in his own family. The matter took a different and surprising aspect then. The late Matthew Arnold said that the main defect in Shelley's make-up was that he was destitute of the sense of humor. This episode must have escaped Mr. Arnold's attention. But we have said enough about the head of the new paradise. Mrs. Godwin is described as being in several ways a terror, and even when her soul was in repose she wore green spectacles. But I suspect that her main unattractiveness was born of the fact that she wrote the letters that are out in the appendix basket in the back yard, letters which are an outrage and wholly untrustworthy, for they say some kind things about poor Harriet, and tell some disagreeable truths about her husband, and these things make the fabulist grit his teeth a good deal. Next we have Fanny Godwin, a Godwin by courtesy only. She was Mrs. Godwin's natural daughter by a former friend. She was a sweet and winning girl, but she presently wearied of the Godwin paradise and poisoned herself. Last in the list is Jane, or Claire as she preferred to call herself, Claremont, daughter of Mrs. Godwin by a former marriage. She was very young and pretty and accommodating, and always ready to do what she could to make things pleasant. After Shelley ran off with her part sister Mary, she became the guest of the pair, and contributed a natural child to their nursery, Allegra. Lord Byron was the father. We have named the several members and advantages of the new paradise in Skinner Street, with its crazy bookshop underneath. Shelley was all right now. This was a better place than the other, more variety anyway, and more different kinds of fragrance. One could turn out poetry here without any trouble at all. The way the new love match came about was this. Shelley told Mary all his aggravations and sorrows and griefs, and about the wet nurse, and the bonnet shop, and the surgeon, and the carriage, and the sister-in-law that blocked the London game, and about Cornelia and her mamma, and how they had turned him out of the house after making so much of him, and how he had deserted Harriet, and then Harriet had deserted him, and how the reconciliation was working along, and Harriet getting her poem by heart, and still he was not happy, and Mary pitied him, for she had had trouble herself. But I am not satisfied with this. It reads too much like statistics. It lacks smoothness and grace, and is too earthy and businesslike. It has the sordid look of a trades union procession out on strike. That is not the right form for it. The book does it better. We will fall back on the book and have a cakewalk. It was easy to divine that some restless grief possessed him. Mary herself was not unlearned in the lore of pain. His generous zeal in her father's behalf, his spiritual sonship to Godwin, his reverence for her mother's memory, were guarantees with Mary of his excellence. What she was after was guarantees of his excellence. That he stood ready to desert his wife and child was one of them, apparently. The new friends could not lack subjects of discourse, and underneath their words about Mary's mother, and political justice, and rights of woman, were two young hearts, each feeling towards the other, each perhaps unaware, trembling in the direction of the other. The desire to assuage the suffering of one whose happiness has grown precious to us may become a hunger of the spirit as keen as any other, and this hunger now possessed Mary's heart. When her eyes rested unseen on Shelley, it was with a look full of the ardor of a soothing pity. Yes, that is better, and has more composure. That is just the way it happened. He told her about the wet nurse. She told him about political justice. He told her about the deadly sister-in-law. She told him about her mother. He told her about the bonnet shop. She murmured back about the rights of woman. Then he assuaged her. Then she assuaged him. Then he assuaged her some more. Next she assuaged him some more. Then they both assuaged one another simultaneously, and so they went on by the hour, assuaging and assuaging and assuaging, until at last what was the result? They were in love. It will happen so every time. He had married a woman who, as he now persuaded himself, had never truly loved him, who loved only his fortune and his rank, and who proved her selfishness by deserting him in his misery. I think that is not quite fair to Harriet. We have no certainty that she knew Cornelia had turned him out of the house. He went back to Cornelia, and Harriet may have supposed that he was as happy with her as ever. Still, it was judicious to begin to lay on the whitewash, for Shelley is going to need many a coat of it now, and the sooner the reader becomes used to the intrusion of the brush, the sooner he will get reconciled to it. and stop fretting about it. After Shelley's conjectured visit to Harriet at Bath, 8th of June to 18th, it seems to have been arranged that Shelley should henceforth join the Skinner Street household each day at dinner. Nothing could be handier than this. Things will swim along now. Although now Shelley was coming to believe that his wedded union with Harriet was a thing of the past, he had not ceased to regard her with affectionate consideration. He wrote to her frequently and kept her informed of his whereabouts. We must not get impatient over these curious inharmoniousnesses and irreconcilabilities in Shelley's character. You can see by the biographer's attitude toward them that there is nothing objectionable about them. Shelley was doing his best to make two adoring young creatures happy. He was regarding the one with affectionate consideration by mail, and he was assuaging the other one at home. Unhappy Harriet, residing at Bath, had perhaps never desired that the breach between herself and her husband should be irreparable and complete. I find no fault with that sentence, except that the perhaps is not strictly warranted. It should have been left out. In support, or shall we say extenuation, of this opinion I submit that there is not sufficient evidence to warrant the uncertainty which it implies. The only evidence offered that Harriet was hard and proud and standing out against a reconciliation is a poem, the poem in which Shelley beseeches her to bid the remorseless feeling flee, and pity if she cannot love. We have just that as evidence, and out of its meager materials the biographer builds a cob house of conjectures as big as the Colosseum, conjectures which convince him, the prosecuting attorney, but ought to fall far short of convincing any fair-minded jury. Shelley's love poems may be very good evidence, but we know well that they are good for this day and train only. We are able to believe that they spoke the truth for that one day, but we know by experience that they could not be depended on to speak it the next. The very supplication for a re-warming of Harriet's chilled love was followed so suddenly by the poet's plunge into an adoring passion for Mary Godwin that if it had been a check it would have lost its value before a lazy person could have gotten to the bank with it. Hardness, stubbornness, pride, vindictiveness, these may sometimes reside in a young wife and mother of 19, but they are not charged against Harriet Shelley outside of that poem, and one has no right to insert them into her character on such shadowy evidence as that. Peacock knew Harriet well, and she has a flexible and persuadable look, as painted by him. Her manners were good, and her whole aspect and demeanor such manifest emanations of pure and truthful nature that to be once in her company was to know her thoroughly. She was fond of her husband, and accommodated herself in every way to his tastes. If they mixed in society, she adored it. If they lived in retirement, she was satisfied. If they traveled, she enjoyed the change of scene. Perhaps she had never desired that the breach should be irreparable and complete. The truth is, we do not even know that there was any breach at all at this time. We know that the husband and wife went before the altar and took a new oath on the 24th of March to love and cherish each other until death, and this may be regarded as a sort of reconciliation itself, and a wiping out of the old grudges. Then Harriet went away, and the sister-in-law removed herself from her society. That was in April. Shelley wrote his appeal in May, but the corresponding went right along afterwards. We have a right to doubt that the subject of it was a reconciliation, or that Harriet had any suspicion that she needed to be reconciled, and that her husband was trying to persuade her to it, as the biographer has sought to make us believe with his Colosseum of conjectures built out of a wastebasket of poetry. For we have evidence now, not poetry and conjecture. When Shelley had been dining daily in the Skinner Street paradise 15 days, and continuing the love match, which was already a fortnight old, 25 days earlier, he forgot to write Harriet, forgot it the next day and the next. During 4 days Harriet got no letter from him. Then her fright and anxiety rose to expression heat, and she wrote a letter to Shelley's publisher which seems to reveal to us that Shelley's letters to her had been the customary affectionate letters of husband to wife, and had carried no appeals for reconciliation, and had not needed to. Bath, postmark July 7, 1814. My dear Sir, you will greatly oblige me by giving the enclosed to Mr. Shelley. I would not trouble you, but it is now 4 days since I have heard from him, which to me is an age. Will you write by return of post and tell me what has become of him, as I always fancy something dreadful has happened if I do not hear from him. If you tell me that he is well, I shall not come to London, but if I do not hear from you or him, I shall certainly come, as I cannot endure this dreadful state of suspense. You are his friend, and you can feel for me. I remain yours truly, H. S. Even without Peacock's testimony that her whole aspect and demeanor were manifest emanations of a pure and truthful nature, we should hold this to be a truthful letter, a sincere letter, a loving letter. It bears those marks. I think it is also the letter of a person accustomed to receiving letters from her husband frequently, and that they have been of a welcome and satisfactory sort, too, this long time back, ever since the solemn remarriage and reconciliation at the altar, most likely. The biographer follows Harriet's letter with a conjecture. He conjectures that she would now gladly have retraced her steps, which means that it is proven that she had steps to retrace, proven by the poem. Well, if the poem is better evidence than the letter, we must let it stand at that. Then The biographer attacks Harriet Shelley's honor by authority of random and unverified gossip scavengered from a group of people whose very names make a person shudder. Mary Godwin, mistress to Shelley, her part sister, discarded mistress of Lord Byron; Godwin, the philosophical tramp who gathers his share of it from a shadow, that is to say, from a person whom he shirks out of naming. Yet the biographer dignifies this sorry rubbish with the name of evidence. Nothing remotely resembling a distinct charge from a named person professing to know is offered among this precious evidence. 1. Shelley believed so and so. 2. Byron's discarded mistress says that Shelley told Mary Godwin so and so, and Mary told her. 3. Shelley said so and so, and later admitted over and over again that he had been in error. 4. The unspeakable Godwin wrote to Mr. Baxter that he knew so and so from unquestionable authority, name not furnished. How any man in his right mind could bring himself to defile the grave of a shamefully abused and defenseless girl with these baseless fabrications, this manufactured filth, is inconceivable. How any man in his right mind, or out of it, could sit down and coldly try to persuade anybody to believe it, or listen patiently to it, or indeed do anything but scoff at it and deride it, is astonishing. The charge insinuated by these odious slanders is one of the most difficult of all offenses to prove. It is also one which no man has a right to mention, even in a whisper, about any woman, living or dead, unless he knows it to be true, and not even then unless he can also prove it to be true. There is no justification for the abomination of putting this stuff in the book. Against Harriet Shelley's good name there is not one scrap of tarnishing evidence, not even a scrap of evil gossip that comes from a source that entitles it to a hearing. On the credit side of the account we have strong opinions from the people who knew her best. Peacock says, "I feel it due to the memory of Harriet to state my most decided conviction that her conduct as a wife was as pure, as true, as absolutely faultless as that of any who for such conduct are held most in honor." Thornton Hunt, who had picked and published slight flaws in Harriet's character, says, as regards this alleged large one, "There is not a trace of evidence or a whisper of scandal against her before her voluntary departure from Shelley." Trelawney says, "I was assured by the evidence of the few friends who knew both Shelley and his wife, Hookham, Hogg, Peacock, and one of the Godwins, that Harriet was perfectly innocent of all offense. What excuse was there for raking up a parcel of foul rumors from malicious and discredited sources and flinging them at this dead girl's head? Her very defenselessness should have been her protection. The fact that all letters to her, or about her, with almost every scrap of her own writing, had been diligently mislaid, leaving her case destitute of a voice, while every pen stroke which could help her husband's side had been as diligently preserved, should have excused her from being brought to trial. Her witnesses have all disappeared, yet we see her summoned in her grave clothes to plead for the life of her character, without the help of an advocate, before a disqualified judge and a packed jury. Harriet Shelley wrote her distressed letter on the 7th of July. On the 28th her husband ran away with Mary Godwin and her part sister Claire to the Continent. He deserted his wife when her confinement was approaching. She bore him a child at the end of November. His mistress bore him another one something over 2 months later. The truants were back in London before either of these events occurred. On one occasion, presently, Shelley was so pressed for money to support his mistress with that he went to his wife and got some money of his that was in her hands, £20. Yet the mistress was not moved to gratitude, for later, when the wife was troubled to meet her engagements, the mistress makes this entry in her diary: "Harriet sends her creditors here. Nasty woman! Now we shall have to change our lodgings." The deserted wife bore the bitterness and obloquy of her situation 2 years and a quarter. Then she gave up and drowned herself. A month afterwards the body was found in the water. 3 weeks later Shelley married his mistress. I must here be allowed to italicize a remark of the biographers concerning Harriet Shelley: that no act of Shelley's during the 2 years which immediately preceded her death tended to cause the rash act which brought her life to its close seems certain. Yet her husband had deserted her and her children, and was living with a concubine all that time. Why should a person attempt to write biography when the simplest facts have no meaning to him? This book is littered with as crass stupidities as that one, deductions by the page, which bear no discoverable kinship to their premises. The biographer throws off that extraordinary remark without any perceptible disturbance to his serenity, for he follows it with a sentimental justification of Shelley's conduct which has not a pang of conscience in it, but is silky and smooth and undulating and pious, a cakewalk with all the colored brethren at their best. There may be people who can read that page and keep their temper, but it is doubtful. Shelley's life has the one indelible blot upon it, but is otherwise worshipfully noble and beautiful. It even stands out indestructibly gracious and lovely from the ruck of these disastrous pages, in spite of the fact that they expose and establish his responsibility for his forsaken wife's pitiful fate, a responsibility which he himself tacitly admits in a letter to Eliza Westbrook, wherein he refers to his taking up with Mary Godwin as an act which Eliza might excusably regard as the cause of her sister's ruin. End of Part 3 of In Defense of Harriet Shelley, by Mark Twain. Read by John Greenman. Section 5 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays, by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter III. Fenimore Cooper's Literary Offences. The Pathfinder and The Deerslayer stand at the head of Cooper's novels as artistic creations. There are others of his works which contain parts as perfect as are to be found in these, and scenes even more thrilling. Not one can be compared with either of them as a finished whole. The defects in both of these tales are comparatively slight. They were pure works of art. Professor Lounsbury. The 5 tales reveal an extraordinary fullness of invention. One of the very greatest characters in fiction, Natty Bumppo; the craft of the woodsman, the tricks of the trapper, all the delicate art of the forest, were familiar to Cooper from his youth up. Professor Brander Matthews. Cooper is the greatest artist in the domain of romantic fiction yet produced by America. Wilkie Collins.
It seems to me that it was far from right for the professor of English literature in Yale, the professor of English literature in Columbia, and Wilkie Collins to deliver opinions on Cooper's literature without having read some of it. It would have been much more decorous to keep silent and let persons talk who have read Cooper. Cooper's art has some defects. In one place, in Deerslayer, and in the restricted space of 2/3 of a page, Cooper has scored 114 offenses against literary art out of a possible 115. It breaks the record. There are 19 rules governing literary art in the domain of romantic fiction, some say 22. In Deerslayer, Cooper violated 18 of them. These 18 require: 1. That a tale shall accomplish something, and arrive somewhere. But the Deerslayer tale accomplishes nothing, and arrives in the air. 2. They require that the episodes of a tale shall be necessary parts of the tale, and shall help to develop it. But as the Deerslayer tale is not a tale, and accomplishes nothing, and arrives nowhere, the episodes have no rightful place in the work, since there was nothing for them to develop. 3. They require that the personages in a tale shall be alive, except in the case of corpses, and that always the reader shall be able to tell the corpses from the others. But this detail has often been overlooked in the Deerslayer tale. 4. They require that the personages in a tale, both dead and alive, shall exhibit a sufficient excuse for being there. But this detail also has been overlooked in the Deerslayer tale. 5. They require that when the personages of a tale deal in conversation, the talk shall sound like human talk, and be talk such as human beings would be likely to talk in the given circumstances, and have a discoverable meaning, also a discoverable purpose, and a show of relevancy, and remain in the neighborhood of the subject in hand, and be interesting to the reader, and help out the tale, and stop when the people cannot think of anything more to say. But this requirement has been ignored from the beginning of the Deerslayer tale to the end of it. 6. They require that when the author describes the character of a personages in his tale, the conduct and conversation of that personage shall justify said description. But this law gets little or no attention in the Deerslayer tale, as Natty Bumppo's case will amply prove. 7.
They require that when a personage talks like an illustrated, gilt-edged, tree calf, hand-tooled $7 friendship's offering in the beginning of a paragraph, he shall not talk like a negro minstrel in the end of it. But this rule is flung down and danced upon in the Deerslayer tale. 8. They require that crass stupidities shall not be played upon the reader, as the craft of the woodsman, the delicate art of the forest, by either the author or the people in the tale. But this rule is persistently violated in the Deerslayer tale. 9. They require that the personages of a tale shall confine themselves to possibilities, and let miracles alone. Or if they venture a miracle, the author must so plausibly set it forth as to make it look possible and reasonable. But these rules are not respected in the Deerslayer tale. 10. They require that the author shall make the reader feel a deep interest in the personages of his tale and in their fate, and that he shall make the reader love the good people in the tale and hate the bad ones. But the reader of the Deerslayer tale dislikes the good people in it, is indifferent to the others, and wishes they would all get drowned together. 11. They require that the characters in a tale shall be so clearly defined that the reader can tell beforehand what each will do in a given emergency. But in the Deerslayer tale this rule is vacated. In addition to these large rules there are some little ones. These require that the author shall 12. Say what he is proposing to say, not merely come near it. 13. Use the right word, not its second cousin. 14. Eschew surplusage. 15. Not omit necessary details. 16. Avoid slovenliness of form. 17. Use good grammar. 18. Employ a simple and straightforward style. Even these 7 are coldly and persistently violated in the Deerslayer tale. Cooper's gift in the way of invention was not a rich endowment, but such as it was, he liked to work it, he was pleased with the effects, and indeed he did some quite sweet things with it. In his little box of stage properties he kept 6 or 8 cunning devices, tricks, artifices, for his savages and woodsmen to deceive and circumvent each other with, and he was never so happy as when he was working these innocent things and seeing them go. A favorite one was to make a moccasined person tread in the tracks of the moccasined enemy, and thus hide his own trail. Cooper wore out barrels and barrels of moccasins in working that trick. Another stage property that he pulled out of his box pretty frequently was his broken twig. He prized his broken twig above all the rest of his effects, and worked it the hardest. It is a restful chapter in any book of his when somebody doesn't step on a dry twig and alarm all the reds and whites for 200 yards around. Every time a Cooper person is in peril, and absolute silence is worth $4 a minute, he is sure to step on a dry twig. There may be 100 handier things to step on, but that wouldn't satisfy Cooper. Cooper requires him to turn out and find a dry twig, and if he can't do it, go and borrow one. In fact, the leather stocking series ought to have been called the Broken Twig series. I am sorry there is not room to put in a few dozen instances of the delicate art of the forest as practised by Natty Bumppo and some of the other Cooperian experts.
Perhaps we may venture 2 or 3 samples.
Cooper was a sailor, a naval officer. Yet he gravely tells us how a vessel, driving towards a lee shore in a gale, is steered for a particular spot by her skipper, because he knows of an undertow there which will hold her back against the gale and save her. For just pure woodcraft, or sailorcraft, or whatever it is, isn't that neat? For several years Cooper was daily in the society of artillery, and he ought to have noticed that when a cannon ball strikes the ground it either buries itself or skips 100 feet or so, skips again 100 feet or so, and so on till finally it gets tired and rolls. Now in one place he loses some females, as he always calls women, in the edge of a wood near a plain at night in a fog, on purpose to give Bumppo a chance to show off the delicate art of the forest before the reader. These mislaid people are hunting for a fort. They hear a cannon blast, and a cannon ball presently comes rolling into the wood and stops at their feet. To the females this suggests nothing. The case is very different with the admirable Bumppo. I wish I may never know peace again if he doesn't strike out promptly and follow the track of that cannon ball across the plain through the dense fog and find the fort. Isn't it a daisy? If Cooper had any real knowledge of nature's ways of doing things, he had a most delicate art in concealing the fact. For instance, one of his acute Indian experts, Chingachgook, pronounced Chicago, I think, has lost the trail of a person he is tracking through the forest. Apparently that trail is hopelessly lost. Neither you nor I could ever have guessed out the way to find it. It was very different with Chicago. Chicago was not stumped for long. He turned a running stream out of its course, and there, in the slush in its old bed, were that person's moccasin tracks. The current did not wash them away, as it would have done in all other like cases. No, even the eternal laws of nature have to vacate when Cooper wants to put up a delicate job of woodcraft on the reader. We must be a little wary when Brander Matthews tells us that Cooper's books reveal an extraordinary fullness of invention. As a rule, I am quite willing to accept Brander Matthews' literary judgments, and applaud his lucid and graceful phrasing of them, but that particular statement needs to be taken with a few tons of salt. Bless your heart, Cooper hadn't any more invention than a horse, and I don't mean a high-class horse, either. I mean a clothes horse. It would be very difficult to find a really clever situation in Cooper's books, and still more difficult to find one of any kind which he has failed to render absurd by his handling of it. Look at the episodes of The Caves, and at the celebrated scuffle between Maqua and those others on the tableland a few days later. and at Hurry Harry's queer water transit from the castle to the Ark, and at Deerslayer's half hour with his first corpse, and at the quarrel between Hurry Harry and Deerslayer later, and at but choose for yourself. You can't go amiss. If Cooper had been an observer, his inventive faculty would have worked better, not more interestingly, but more rationally, more plausibly. Cooper's proudest creations in the way of situations suffer noticeably from the absence of the observer's protecting gift. Cooper's eye was splendidly inaccurate. Cooper seldom saw anything correctly. He saw nearly all things as through a glass eye darkly. Of course, a man who cannot see the commonest little everyday matters accurately is working at a disadvantage when he is constructing a situation. In the Deerslayer tale Cooper has a stream which is 50 feet wide where it flows out of a lake. It presently narrows to 20 as it meanders along for no given reason, and yet when a stream acts like that it ought to be required to explain itself. 14 pages later the width of the brook's outlet from the lake has suddenly shrunk 30 feet and become the narrowest part of the stream. This shrinkage is not accounted for. The stream has bends in it, a sure indication that it has alluvial banks and cuts them, yet these bends are only 30 and 50 feet long. If Cooper had been a nice and punctilious observer, he would have noticed that the bends were oftener 900 feet long than short of it. Cooper made the exit of that stream 50 feet wide in the first place, for no particular reason. In the second place, he narrowed it to less than 20 to accommodate some Indians. He bends a sapling to the form of an arch over this narrow passage, and conceals 6 Indians in its foliage. They are laying for a settler's scow or ark which is coming up the stream on its way to the lake. It is being hauled against the stiff current by a rope whose stationary end is anchored in the lake. Its rate of progress cannot be more than a mile an hour. Cooper describes the ark, but pretty obscurely. In the matter of dimensions it was little more than a modern canal boat. Let us guess, then, that it was about 140 feet long. It was of greater breadth than common. Let us guess, then, that it was about 16 feet wide. This leviathan had been prowling down bends which were but a third as long as itself, and scraping between banks where it had only 2 feet of space to spare on each side. We cannot too much admire this miracle. A low-roofed log dwelling occupies 2/3 of the ark's length, a dwelling 90 feet long and 16 feet wide, let us say, a kind of vestibule train. The dwelling has 2 rooms, each 45 feet long and 16 feet wide, let us guess. One of them is the bedroom of the Hutter girls, Judith and Hetty. The other is the parlor in the daytime. At night it is Papa's bedchamber. The ark is arriving at the stream's exit now, whose width has been reduced to less than 20 feet, to accommodate the Indians, say to 18. There is a foot to spare on each side of the boat. Did the Indians notice that there was going to be a tight squeeze there? Did they notice that they could make money by climbing down out of that arched sapling and just stepping aboard when the ark scraped by? No. Other Indians would have noticed these things, but Cooper's Indians never notice anything. Cooper thinks they are marvelous creatures for noticing, but he was almost always in error about his Indians. There was seldom a sane one among them. The ark is 140 feet long. The dwelling is 90 feet long. The idea of the Indians is to drop softly and secretly from the arched sapling to the dwelling as the ark creeps along under it at the rate of a mile an hour, and butcher the family. It will take the ark a minute and a half to pass under. It will take the 90-foot dwelling a minute to pass under. Now, then, what did the 6 Indians do? It would take you 30 years to guess, and even then you would have to give it up, I believe. Therefore I will tell you what the Indians did. Their chief, a person of quite extraordinary intellect for a Cooper Indian, warily watched the canal boat as it squeezed along under him, and when he got his calculations fined down to exactly the right shade as he judged, he let go and dropped and missed the house. That is actually what he did. He missed the house and landed in the stern of the scow. It was not much of a fall, yet it knocked him silly. He lay there unconscious. If the house had been 97 feet long he would have made the trip. The fault was Cooper's, not his. The error lay in the construction of the house. Cooper was no architect. There still remained in the roost 5 Indians. The boat has passed under and is now out of their reach. Let me explain what the 5 did. You would not be able to reason it out for yourself. Number 1 jumped for the boat, but fell in the water astern of it. Then number 2 jumped for the boat, but fell in the water still farther astern of it. Then number 3 jumped for the boat, and fell a good way astern of it. Then number 4 jumped for the boat, and fell in the water away astern. Then even number 5 made a jump for the boat, for he was a Cooper Indian. In the matter of intellect, the difference between a Cooper Indian and the Indian that stands in front of the cigar shop is not spacious. The scow episode is really a sublime burst of invention, but it does not thrill, because the inaccuracy of the details throws a sort of air of fictitiousness and general improbability over it. This comes of Cooper's inadequacy as an observer. The reader will find some examples of Cooper's high talent for inaccurate observation in the account of the shooting match in the Pathfinder. A common wrought nail was driven lightly into the target, its head having been first touched with paint. The color of the paint is not stated, an important omission, but Cooper deals freely in important omissions. No, after all, it was not an important omission, for this nail head is 100 yards from the marksmen, and could not be seen by them at that distance, no matter what its color might be. How far can the best eyes see a common house fly. 100 yards? It is quite impossible. Very well, eyes that cannot see a house fly that is 100 yards away cannot see an ordinary nail head at that distance, for the size of the two objects is the same. It takes a keen eye to see a fly or a nail head at 50 yards, 150 feet. Can the reader do it? The nail was lightly driven, its head painted, and game called. Then the Cooper miracles began. The bullet of the first marksman chipped an edge of the nail head. The next man's bullet drove the nail a little way into the target, and removed all the paint. Haven't the miracles gone far enough now? Not to suit Cooper, for the purpose of this whole scheme is to show off his prodigy, Deerslayer, Hawkeye, long rifle, leather stocking Pathfinder Bumpo before the ladies. "Be all ready to clench it, boys!" cried out Pathfinder, stepping into his friend's tracks the instant they were vacant. "Never mind a new nail. I can see that though the paint is gone, and what I can see I can hit at 100 yards, though it were only a mosquito's eye. Be ready to clench." The rifle cracked, the bullet sped its way, and the head of the nail was buried in the wood, covered by the piece of flattened lead. There, you see, is a man who could hunt flies with a rifle, and command a ducal salary in a Wild West show today, if we had him back with us. The recorded feat is certainly surprising just as it stands, but it is not surprising enough for Cooper. Cooper adds a touch. He has made Pathfinder do this miracle with another man's rifle. And not only that, but Pathfinder did not have even the advantage of loading it himself. He had everything against him, and yet he made that impossible shot, and not only made it, but did it with absolute confidence, saying, "Be ready to clench." Now, a person like that would have undertaken that same feat with a brickbat, and with Cooper to help, he would have achieved it too. Pathfinder showed off handsomely that day before the ladies. His very first feat was a thing which no Wild West show can touch. He was standing with a group of marksmen, observing, 100 yards from the target, mind. One Jasper raised his rifle and drove the center of the bull's eye. Then the quartermaster fired. The target exhibited no result this time. There was a laugh. "It's a dead miss," said Major Lundy. Pathfinder waited an impressive moment or two, and then said in that calm, indifferent, know-it-all way of his, "No, Major, he has covered Jasper's bullet, as will be seen if anyone will take the trouble to examine the target." Wasn't it remarkable? How could he see that little pellet fly through the air and enter that distant bullet hole? Yet that is what he did, for nothing is impossible to a Cooper person. Did any of those people have any deep-seated doubts about this thing? No, for that would imply sanity, and these were all Cooper people. The respect for Pathfinder's skill, and for his quickness and accuracy of sight (the italics are mine), was so profound and general that the instant he made this declaration the spectators began to distrust their own opinions, and a dozen rushed to the target in order to ascertain the fact. There, sure enough, it was found that the quartermaster's bullet had gone through the hole made by Jasper's, and that, too, so accurately as to require a minute examination to be certain of the circumstances, which, however, was soon clearly established by discovering one bullet over the other in the stump against which the target was placed.
They made a minute examination. But never mind. How could they know that there were two bullets in that hole without digging the latest one out? For neither probe nor eyesight could prove the presence of any more than one bullet. Did they dig? No, as we shall see. It is the pathfinder's turn now. He steps out before the ladies, takes aim, and fires. But alas, here is a disappointment. An incredible, an unimaginable disappointment, for the target's aspect is unchanged. There is nothing there but that same old bullet hole. "If one dared to hint at such a thing," cried Major Duncan, "I should say that the pathfinder has also missed the target." As nobody had missed it yet, the "also" was not necessary. But never mind about that, for the pathfinder is going to speak. "No, no, Major," said he, confidently, "that would be a risky declaration. I didn't load the piece. I can't say what was in it, but if it was lead, you will find the bullet driving down those of the quartermaster and Jasper, else is not my name Pathfinder." A shout from the target announced the truth of this assertion. Is the miracle sufficient as it stands? Not for Cooper. The pathfinder speaks again, as he now slowly advances toward the stage occupied by the females. "That's not all, boys, that's not all. If you find the target touched at all, I'll own to a miss. The quartermaster cut the wood, but you'll find no wood cut by that last messenger." The miracle is at last complete. He knew, doubtless saw, at the distance of 100 yards, that his bullet had passed into the hole without fraying the edges. There were now 3 bullets in that one hole, 3 bullets embedded processionally in the body of the stump back of the target. Everybody knew this, somehow or other, and yet nobody had dug any of them out to make sure. Cooper is not a close observer, but he is interesting. He is certainly always that, no matter what happens. And he is more interesting when he is not noticing what he is about than when he is. This is a considerable merit. The conversations in the Cooper books have a curious sound in our modern ears. To believe that such talk really ever came out of people's mouths would be to believe that there was a time when time was of no value to a person who thought he had something to say. When it was the custom to spread a 2-minute remark out to 10, when a man's mouth was a rolling mill and busied itself all day long in turning 4-foot pigs of thought into 30-foot bars of conversational railroad iron by attenuation, when subjects were seldom faithfully stuck to, but the talk wandered all around and arrived nowhere, when conversations consisted mainly of irrelevancies, with here and there a relevancy with an embarrassed look, as not being able to explain how it got there. Cooper was certainly not a master in
the construction of dialogue. Inaccurate observation defeated him here as it defeated him in so many other enterprises of his. He even failed to notice that the man who talks corrupt English 6 days in the week must and will talk it on the seventh, and can't help himself. In the Deerslayer story he lets Deerslayer talk the showiest kind of book talk sometimes, and at other times the basest of base dialects. For instance, when some one asks him if he has a sweetheart, and if so, where she abides, this is his majestic answer: "She's in the forest, hanging from the boughs of the trees, in a soft rain, in the dew on the open grass, the clouds that float about in the blue heavens, the birds that sing in the woods, the sweet springs where I slake my thirst, and in all the other glorious gifts that come from God's providence." And he preceded that a little before with this: "It consarns me as all things that touches a friend consarns a friend." And this is another of his remarks: "If I was Injun born now, I might tell of this, or carry in the scalp and boast of the expl'ite afore the whole tribe, or if my inimy had only been a bear," and so on. We cannot imagine such a thing as a veteran Scotch commander in chief comporting himself in the field like a windy melodramatic actor, but Cooper could. On one occasion Alice and Cora were being chased by the French through a fog in the neighborhood of their father's fort. "Point de quartier aux coquins!" cried an eager pursuer, who seemed to direct the operations of the enemy. "Stand firm and be ready, my gallant 60ths!" suddenly exclaimed a voice above them. "Wait to see the enemy! Fire low, and sweep the glacis!" "Father, father!" exclaimed a piercing cry from out the mist. "It is I, Alice, thy own Elsie! Spare, oh, save your daughters!" "Hold!" shouted the former speaker, in the awful tones of parental agony, the sound reaching even to the woods and rolling back in solemn echo. "'Tis she! God has restored me my children! Throw open the sally port! To the field, 60ths! To the field! Pull not a trigger, lest ye kill my lambs! Drive off these dogs of France with your steel!" Cooper's word sense was singularly dull. When a person has a poor ear for music, he will flat and sharp right along without knowing it. He keeps near the tune, but it is not the tune. When a person has a poor ear for words, the result is a literary flatting and sharping. You perceive what he is intending to say, but you also perceive that he doesn't say it. This is Cooper. He was not a word musician. His ear was satisfied with the approximate word. I will furnish some circumstantial evidence in support of this charge. My instances are gathered from half a dozen pages of the tale called Deerslayer. He uses verbal for oral, precision for facility, phenomena for marvels, necessary for predetermined, unsophisticated for primitive, preparation for expectancy, rebuked for subdued, dependent on for resulting from, fact for condition, fact for conjecture, precaution for caution, explain for determine, mortified for disappointed, meretricious for factitious, materially for considerably, decreasing for deepening, increasing for disappearing, embedded for enclosed, treacherous for hostile, stood for stooped, softened for replaced, rejoined for remarked, situation for condition, different for differing, insensible for insentient, brevity for celerity, distrusted for suspicious, mental imbecility for imbecility, eyes for sight, counteracting for opposing, funeral obsequies for obsequies. There have been daring people in the world who claimed that Cooper could write English, but they are all dead now. All dead but Lounsbury. I don't remember that Lounsbury makes the claim in so many words. Still, he makes it, for he says that Deerslayer is a pure work of art. Pure in that connection means faultless, faultless in all details, and language is a detail. If Mr. Lounsbury had only compared Cooper's English with the English which he writes himself, but it is plain that he didn't. And so it is likely that he imagines until this day that Cooper's is as clean and compact as his own. Now I feel sure, deep down in my heart, that Cooper wrote about the poorest English that exists in our language, and that the English of Deerslayer is the very worst that even Cooper ever wrote. I may be mistaken, but it does seem to me that Deerslayer is not a work of art in any sense. It does seem to me that it is destitute of every detail that goes to the making of a work of art. In truth, it seems to me that Deerslayer is just simply a literary delirium tremens. A work of art? It has no invention, it has no order, system, sequence, or result. It has no lifelikeness, no thrill, no stir, no seeming of reality. Its characters are confusedly drawn, and by their acts and words they prove that they are not the sort of people the author claims that they are. Its humor is pathetic, its pathos is funny, its conversations are, oh, indescribable, its love scenes odious, its English a crime against the language. Counting these out, what is left is art. I think we must all admit that. End of Chapter 3, Fenimore Cooper's Literary Offences, read by John Greenman. This is Section 6 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 4, Traveling with a Reformer.
Last spring I went out to Chicago to see the fair, and although I did not see it, my trip was not wholly lost. There were compensations. In New York I was introduced to a major in the regular army who said he was going to the fair, and we agreed to go together. I had to go to Boston first, but that did not interfere. He said he would go along, and put in the time. He was a handsome man, and built like a gladiator. but his ways were gentle, and his speech was soft and persuasive. He was companionable, but exceedingly reposeful. Yes, and wholly destitute of the sense of humor. He was full of interest in everything that went on around him, but his serenity was indestructible. Nothing disturbed him, nothing excited him. But before the day was done I found that deep down in him somewhere he had a passion, quiet as he was, a passion for reforming petty public abuses. He stood for citizenship. It was his hobby. His idea was that every citizen of the Republic ought to consider himself an unofficial policeman and keep unsalaried watch and ward over the laws and their execution. He thought that the only effective way of preserving and protecting public rights was for each citizen to do his share in preventing or punishing such infringements of them as came under his personal notice. It was a good scheme, but I thought it would keep a body in trouble all the time. It seemed to me that one would be always trying to get offending little officials discharged, and perhaps getting laughed at for all reward. But he said no, I had the wrong idea, that there was no occasion to get anybody discharged, that in fact you mustn't get anybody discharged, that would itself be a failure. No, one must reform the man, reform him and make him useful where he was. Must one report the offender and then beg his superior not to discharge him, but reprimand him and keep him? No, that is not the idea. You don't report him at all, for then you risk his bread and butter. You can act as if you are going to report him, when nothing else will answer. But that's an extreme case. That is a sort of force, and force is bad. Diplomacy is the effective thing. Now, if a man has tact, if a man will exercise diplomacy. For 2 minutes we had been standing at a telegraph wicket, and during all this time the Major had been trying to get the attention of one of the young operators, but they were all busy skylarking. The Major spoke now and asked one of them to take his telegram. He got for reply, "I reckon you can wait a minute, can't you?" And the skylarking went on. The Major said yes, he was not in a hurry. Then he wrote another telegram: President, Western Union Telegram Company. Come and dine with me this evening. I can tell you how business is conducted in one of your branches. Presently the young fellow who had spoken so pertly a little before reached out and took the telegram, and when he read it he lost color and began to apologize and explain. He said he would lose his place if this deadly telegram was sent, and he might never get another. If he could be let off this time he would give no cause of complaint again. The compromise was accepted. As we walked away the Major said, "Now, you see, that was diplomacy, and you see how it worked. It wouldn't do any good to bluster the way people are always doing. That boy can always give you as good as you send, and you'll come out defeated and ashamed of yourself pretty nearly always. But you see he stands no chance against diplomacy. Gentle words and diplomacy, those are the tools to work with." "Yes, I see, but everybody wouldn't have had your opportunity. It isn't everybody that is on those familiar terms with the President of the Western Union." "Oh, you misunderstand. I don't know the President. I only use him diplomatically. It is for his good and for the public good. There's no harm in it." I said, with hesitation and diffidence, "But is it ever right or noble to tell a lie?" He took no note of the delicate self righteousness of the question, but answered, with undisturbed gravity and simplicity, "Yes, sometimes. Lies told to injure a person, and lies told to profit yourself, are not justifiable. But lies told to help another person, and lies told in the public interest, well, that is quite another matter. Anybody knows that. But never mind about the methods, you see the result. That youth is going to be useful now, and well behaved. He had a good face. He was worth saving. Why, he was worth saving on his mother's account, if not his own. Of course he has a mother, sisters, too. Damn these people who are always forgetting that. Do you know, I've never fought a duel in my life, never once, and yet have been challenged like other people. I could always see the other man's unoffending women folks, or his little children, standing between him and me. They hadn't done anything. I couldn't break their hearts, you know." He corrected a good many little abuses in the course of the day, and always without friction, always with a fine and dainty diplomacy which left no sting behind, and he got such happiness and such contentment out of these performances that I was obliged to envy him his trade, and perhaps would have adopted it if I could have managed the necessary deflections from fact as confidently with my mouth as I believe I could with a pen behind the shelter of print after a little practice. Away late that night we were coming up town in a horse car when three boisterous roughs got aboard and began to fling hilarious obscenities and profanities right and left among the timid passengers, some of whom were women and children. Nobody resisted or retorted. The conductor tried soothing words and moral suasion, but the roughs only called him names and laughed at him. Very soon I saw that the Major realized that this was a matter which was in his line. Evidently he was turning over his stock of diplomacy in his mind and getting ready. I felt that the first diplomatic remark he made in this place would bring down a landslide of ridicule upon him, and maybe something worse. But before I could whisper to him and check him he had begun, and it was too late. He said, in a level and dispassionate tone, "Conductor, you must put these swine out. I will help you." I was not looking for that. In a flash
The three roughs plunged at him, but none of them arrived. He delivered three such blows as one could not expect to encounter outside the prize ring, and neither of the men had life enough left in him to get up from where he fell. The Major dragged them out and threw them off the car, and we got under way again. I was astonished to see a lamb act so, astonished at the strength displayed, and the clean and comprehensive result, astonished at the brisk and business-like style of the whole thing. The situation had a humorous side to it, considering how much I had been hearing about mild persuasion and gentle diplomacy all day from this pile driver, and I would have liked to call his attention to that feature and do some sarcasms about it. But when I looked at him I saw that it would be of no use. His placid and contented face had no ray of humor in it. He would not have understood. When we left the car I said, "That was a good stroke of diplomacy, 3 good strokes of diplomacy, in fact." "That wasn't diplomacy. You are quite in the wrong. Diplomacy is a wholly different thing. One cannot apply it to that sort. They would not understand it. No, that was not diplomacy. It was force. Now that you mention it, yes, I think perhaps you are right." "Right? Of course I am right. It was just force. I think myself it had the outside aspect of it." "Do you often have to reform people in that way?" "Far from it. It hardly ever happens." "Not oftener than once in half a year at the outside." "Those men will get well?" "Get well? Why, certainly they will. They are not in any danger. I know how to hit, and where to hit. You noticed that I did not hit them under the jaw. That would have killed them." I believed that. I remarked, rather wittily as I thought, that he had been a lamb all day, but now had all of a sudden developed into a ram, a battering ram. But with dulcet frankness and simplicity he said no, a battering ram was quite a different thing, and not in use now. This was maddening, and I came near bursting out and saying he had no more appreciation of wit than a jackass. In fact, I had it right on my tongue, but did not say it, knowing there was no hurry, and I could say it just as well some other time over the telephone. We started to Boston the next afternoon. The smoking compartment in the parlor car was full, and we went into the regular smoker. Across the aisle, in the front seat, sat a meek, farmer-looking old man with a sickly pallor in his face, and he was holding the door open with his foot to get the air. Presently a big brakeman came rushing through, and when he got to the door he stopped, gave the farmer an ugly scowl, then wrenched the door to with such energy as to almost snatch the old man's boot off. Then on he plunged about his business. Several passengers laughed, and the old gentleman looked pathetically shamed and grieved. After a little the conductor passed along, and the Major stopped him and asked him a question in his habitually courteous way. "Conductor, where does one report the misconduct of a brakeman? Does one report to you?"
You can report him at New Haven if you want to. What has he been doing?" The Major told the story. The conductor seemed amused. He said, with just a touch of sarcasm in his bland tones, "As I understand you, the brakeman didn't say anything." "No, he didn't say anything." "But he scowled, you say?" "Yes." "And snatched the door loose in a rough way?" "Yes." "That's the whole business, is it?" "Yes, that is the whole of it." The conductor smiled pleasantly and said, "Well, if you want to report him, all right, but I don't quite make out what it's going to amount to. You'll say, as I understand you, that the brakeman insulted this old gentleman. They'll ask you what he said, and you'll say he didn't say anything at all. I reckon they'll say, how are you going to make out an insult when you acknowledge yourself that he didn't say a word?" There was a murmur of applause at the conductor's compact reasoning, and it gave him pleasure. You could see it in his face. But the Major was not disturbed. He said, "There now you have touched upon a crying defect in the complaint system. The railway officials, as the public think and as you also seem to think, are not aware that there are any kind of insults except spoken ones. So nobody goes to headquarters and reports insults of manner, insults of gesture, look, and so forth, and yet these are sometimes harder to bear than any words. They are bitter hard to bear because there is nothing tangible to take hold of. And the insulter can always say, if called before the railway officials, that he never dreamed of intending any offense. It seems to me that the officials ought to specially and urgently request the public to report unworded affronts and incivilities." The conductor laughed and said, "Well, that would be trimming it pretty fine, sure. But not too fine, I think. I will report this matter at New Haven, and I have an idea that I'll be thanked for it." The conductor's face lost something of its complacency. In fact, it settled to quite a sober cast as the owner of it moved away. I said, "You are not really going to bother with that trifle, are you?" "It isn't a trifle. Such things ought always to be reported. It is a public duty, and no citizen has a right to shirk it. But I shan't have to report this case." "Why?" "It won't be necessary. Diplomacy will do the business. You'll see." Presently the conductor came on his rounds again, and when he reached the Major he leaned over and said, "That's all right. You needn't report him. He's responsible to me, and if he does it again I'll give him a talking to." The Major's response was cordial. "Now that is what I like. You mustn't think that I was moved by any vengeful spirit, for that wasn't the case. It was duty, just a sense of duty, that was all. My brother in law is one of the directors of the road, and when he learns that you are going to reason with your brakeman the very next time he brutally insults an unoffending old man, it will please him, you may be sure of that." The conductor did not look as joyous as one might have thought he would, but on the contrary looked sickly and uncomfortable. He stood around a little, then said, "I think something ought to be done to him now. I'll discharge him." "Discharge him? What good would that do?"
Don't you think it would be better wisdom to teach him better ways and keep him?" "Well, there's something in that. What would you suggest?" "He insulted the old gentleman in presence of all these people. How would it do to have him come and apologize in their presence?" "I'll have him here right off. And I want to say this: if people who do as you've done and report such things to me, instead of keeping mum and going off and blackguarding the road, you'd see a different state of things pretty soon. I'm much obliged to you." The brakeman came and apologized. After he was gone the Major said, "Now you see how simple and easy that was. The ordinary citizen would have accomplished nothing. The brother in law of a director can accomplish anything he wants to." "But are you really the brother in law of a director?" "Always. Always when the public interests require it. I have a brother in law on all the boards, everywhere. It saves me a world of trouble." "It is a good wide relationship." "Yes, I have over 300 of them." "Is the relationship never doubted by a conductor?" "I have never met with the case. It is the honest truth. I never have." "Why didn't you let him go ahead and discharge the brakeman, in spite of your favorite policy? You know he deserved it." The Major answered with something which really had a sort of distant resemblance to impatience. "If you would stop and think a moment, you wouldn't ask such a question as that. Is a brakeman a dog, that nothing but dog's methods will do for him? He is a man, and has a man's fight for life. And he always has a sister, or a mother, or wife, and children to support. Always. There are no exceptions. When you take his living away from him, you take theirs away too. And what have they done to you? Nothing. And where is the profit in discharging an uncourteous brakeman and hiring another just like him? It's unwisdom. Don't you see that the rational thing to do is to reform the brakeman and keep him? Of course it is." Then he quoted with admiration the conduct of a certain division superintendent of the Consolidated Road in a case where a switchman of 2 years' experience was negligent once and threw a train off the track and killed several people. Citizens came in a passion to urge the man's dismissal, but the superintendent said, "No, you are wrong. He has learned his lesson. He will throw no more trains off the track. He is twice as valuable as he was before. I shall keep him." We had only one more adventure on the trip. Between Hartford and Springfield the train boy came shouting in with an armful of literature, and dropped a sample into a slumbering gentleman's lap, and the man woke up with a start. He was very angry, and he and a couple of his friends discussed the outrage with much heat. They sent for the parlor car conductor and described the matter, and were determined to have the boy expelled from his situation. The 3 complainants were wealthy Holyoke merchants, and it was evident that the conductor stood in some awe of them. He tried to pacify them, and explained that the boy was not under his authority, but under that of one of the news companies. But he accomplished nothing. Then the Major volunteered some testimony for the defense. He said,
I saw it all. You gentlemen have not meant to exaggerate the circumstances, but still that is what you have done. The boy has done nothing more than all train boys do. If you want to get his ways softened down and his manners reformed, I am with you and ready to help, but it isn't fair to get him discharged without giving him a chance. But they were angry, and would hear of no compromise. They were well acquainted with the president of the Boston and Albany, they said, and would put everything aside next day and go up to Boston and fix that boy. The Major said he would be on hand, too, and would do what he could to save the boy. One of the gentlemen looked him over and said, "Apparently it is going to be a matter of who can wield the most influence with the President. Do you know Mr. Bliss personally?" The Major said with composure, "Yes, he is my uncle." The effect was satisfactory. There was an awkward silence for a minute or more. Then the hedging and the half confessions of overhaste and exaggerated resentment began, and soon everything was smooth and friendly and sociable, and it was resolved to drop the matter and leave the boy's bread and butter unmolested. It turned out as I had expected. The president of the road was not the Major's uncle at all, except by adoption, and for this day and train only. We got into no episodes on the return journey. Probably it was because we took a night train and slept all the way. We left New York Saturday night by the Pennsylvania road. After breakfast the next morning we went into the parlor car, but found it a dull place and dreary. There were but few people in it, and nothing going on. Then we went into the little smoking compartment of the same car, and found 3 gentlemen in there. 2 of them were grumbling over one of the rules of the road, a rule which forbade card playing on the trains on Sunday. They had started an innocent game of high-low jack and been stopped. The Major was interested. He said to the 3rd gentleman, "Did you object to the game?" "Not at all. I am a Yale professor and a religious man, but my prejudices are not extensive." Then the Major said to the others, "You are at perfect liberty to resume your game, gentlemen. No one here objects." One of them declined the risk, but the other one said he would like to begin again if the Major would join him. So they spread an overcoat over their knees, and the game proceeded. Pretty soon the parlor car conductor arrived, and said brusquely, "There, there, gentlemen, that won't do. Put up the cards. It's not allowed." The Major was shuffling. He continued to shuffle, and said, "By whose order is it forbidden?" "It's my order. I forbid it." The dealing began. The Major asked, "Did you invent the idea?" "What idea?" "The idea of forbidding card playing on Sunday." "No, of course not." "Who did?" "The company." "Then it isn't your order after all, but the company's. Is that it?" "Yes. But you don't stop playing. I have to require you to stop playing immediately." "Nothing is gained by hurry, and often much is lost. Who authorized the company to issue such an order?"
My dear sir, that is a matter of no consequence to me, and
But you forget that you are not the only person concerned. It may be a matter of consequence to me. It is, indeed, a matter of very great importance to me. I cannot violate a legal requirement of my country without dishonoring myself. I cannot allow any man or corporation to hamper my liberties with illegal rules, a thing which railway companies are always trying to do, without dishonoring my citizenship. So I come back to that question: by whose authority has the company issued this order? I don't know. That's their affair. Mine, too. I doubt if the company has any right to issue such a rule. This road runs through several states. Do you know what state we are in now, and what its laws are in matters of this kind? Its laws do not concern me, but the company's orders do. It is my duty to stop this game, gentlemen, and it must be stopped. Possibly, but still there is no hurry. In hotels they post certain rules in the rooms, but they always quote passages from the state law as authority for these requirements. I see nothing posted here of this sort. Please produce your authority and let us arrive at a decision, for you see yourself that you are marring the game. I have nothing of the kind, but I have my orders, and that is sufficient. They must be obeyed. Let us not jump to conclusions. It will be better all around to examine into the matter without heat or haste, and see just where we stand before either of us makes a mistake, for the curtailing of the liberties of a citizen of the United States is a much more serious matter than you and the railroads seem to think, and it cannot be done in my person until the curtailer proves his right to do so. Now, my dear sir, will you put down those cards? All in good time, perhaps. It depends. You say this order must be obeyed. Must, it is a strong word. You see yourself how strong it is. A wise company would not arm you with so drastic an order as this, of course, without appointing a penalty for its infringement. Otherwise it runs the risk of being a dead letter and a thing to laugh at. What is the appointed penalty for an infringement of this law? Penalty? I never heard of any. Unquestionably you must be mistaken. Your company orders you to come here and rudely break up an innocent amusement, and furnishes you no way to enforce the order. Don't you see that that is nonsense? What do you do when people refuse to obey this order? Do you take the cards away from them? No. Do you put the offender off at the next station? Well, no, of course we couldn't if he had a ticket. Do you have him up before a court? The conductor was silent and apparently troubled. The Major started a new deal, and said, "You see that you are helpless, and that the company has placed you in a foolish position. You are furnished with an arrogant order, and you deliver it in a blustering way, and when you come to look into the matter you find you haven't any way of enforcing obedience." The conductor said with chilly dignity, "Gentlemen, you have heard the order, and my duty is ended. As to obeying it or not, you will do as you think fit," and he turned to leave. "But wait. The matter is not yet finished. I think you are mistaken about your duty being ended, but if it really is, I myself have a duty to perform." "How do you mean?" "Are you going to report my disobedience at headquarters in Pittsburgh?" "No. What good would that do?" "You must report me, or I will report you." "Report me for what?" "For disobeying the company's orders in not stopping this game. As a citizen it is my duty to help the railway companies keep their servants to their work." "Are you in earnest?" "Yes, I am in earnest. I have nothing against you as a man, but I have this against you as an officer, that you have not carried out that order, and if you do not report me I must report you, and I will." The conductor looked puzzled, and was thoughtful for a moment. Then he burst out with, "I seem to be getting myself into a scrape. It's all a muddle. I can't make head or tail of it. It's never happened before. They always knocked under and never said a word, and so I never saw how ridiculous that stupid order with no penalty is. I don't want to report anybody, and I don't want to be reported. Why, it might do me no end of harm. Now do go on with the game. Play the whole day if you want to, and don't let's have any more trouble about it." "No, I only sat down here to establish this gentleman's rights. He can have his place now, but before you go, won't you tell me what you think the company made this rule for? Can you imagine an excuse for it? I mean a rational one, an excuse that is not on its face silly, and the invention of an idiot." "Why, surely I can. The reason it was made is plain enough. It is to save the feelings of the other passengers, the religious ones amongst them, I mean. They would not like it to have the Sabbath desecrated by card playing on the train." "I just thought as much. They are willing to desecrate it themselves by traveling on Sunday, but they are not willing that other people By gracious, you've hit it! I never thought of that before. The fact is, it is a silly rule, when you come to look into it." At this point the train conductor arrived, and was going to shut down the game in a very high handed fashion, but the parlor car conductor stopped him, and took him aside to explain. Nothing more was heard of the matter. I was ill in bed 11 days in Chicago, and got no glimpse of the fair, for I was obliged to return East as soon as I was able to travel. The Major secured and paid for a stateroom in a sleeper the day before we left, so that I could have plenty of room and be comfortable. But when we arrived at the station a mistake had been made and our car had not been put on. The conductor had reserved a section for us. It was the best he could do, he said. But the Major said we were not in a hurry, and would wait for the car to be put on. The conductor responded, with pleasant irony, "It may be that you are not in a hurry, just as you say, but we are. Come, get aboard, gentlemen, get aboard. Don't keep us waiting." But the Major would not get aboard himself, nor allow me to do it. He wanted his car, and said he must have it.
This made the hurried and perspiring conductor impatient, and he said, "It's the best we can do. We can't do impossibilities. You will take the section or go without. A mistake has been made and can't be rectified at this late hour. It's a thing that happens now and then, and there is nothing for it but to put up with it and make the best of it. Other people do." That is just it, you see. If they had stuck to their rights and enforced them, you wouldn't be trying to trample mine under foot in this bland way now. I haven't any disposition to give you unnecessary trouble, but it is my duty to protect the next man from this kind of imposition. So I must have my car. Otherwise I will wait in Chicago and sue the company for violating its contract." "Sue the company for a thing like that?" "Certainly. Do you really mean that?" "Indeed I do." The conductor looked the Major over wonderingly, and then said, "It beats me. It's brand new. I've never struck the mate to it before, but I swear I think you'd do it. Look here, I'll send for the station master." When the station master came he was a good deal annoyed at the Major, not at the person who had made the mistake. He was rather brusque, and took the same position which the conductor had taken in the beginning, but he failed to move the soft spoken artillery man, who still insisted that he must have his car. However, it was plain that there was only one strong side in this case, and that side was the Major's. The station master banished his annoyed manner, and became pleasant and even half apologetic. This made a good opening for a compromise, and the Major made a concession. He said he would give up the engaged stateroom, but he must have a stateroom. After a deal of ransacking, one was found whose owner was persuadable. He exchanged it for our section, and we got away at last. The conductor called on us in the evening, and was kind and courteous and obliging, and we had a long talk and got to be good friends. He said he wished the public would make trouble oftener. It would have a good effect. He said that the railroads could not be expected to do their whole duty by the traveler unless the traveler would take some interest in the matter himself. I hoped that we were done reforming for the trip now, but it was not so. In the hotel car in the morning the Major called for broiled chicken. The waiter said, "It's not in the bill of fare, sir. We do not serve anything but what is in the bill." "That gentleman yonder is eating a broiled chicken." "Yes, but that is different. He is one of the superintendents of the road." "Then all the more must I have broiled chicken. I do not like these discriminations. Please hurry. Bring me a broiled chicken." The waiter brought the steward, who explained in a low and polite voice that the thing was impossible. It was against the rule, and the rule was rigid. "Very well. Then you must either apply it impartially or break it impartially. You must take that gentleman's chicken away from him or bring me one." The steward was puzzled, and did not quite know what to do. He began an incoherent argument, but the conductor came along just then and asked what the difficulty was. The steward explained that
here was a gentleman who was insisting on having a chicken when it was dead against the rule and not in the bill. The conductor said, "Stick by your rules. You haven't any option." Wait a minute. Is this the gentleman? Then he laughed and said, "Never mind your rules. It's my advice, and sound. Give him anything he wants. Don't get him started on his rights. Give him whatever he asks for, and if you haven't got it, stop the train and get it." The Major ate the chicken, but said he did it from a sense of duty and to establish a principle, for he did not like chicken. I missed the fare, it is true, but I picked up some diplomatic tricks which I and the reader may find handy and useful as we go along. End of Chapter 4, Traveling with a Reformer, read by John Greenman. Section 7 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 5. Private History of the Jumping Frog Story, read by John Greenman. Private History of the Jumping Frog Story. 5 or 6 years ago a lady from Finland asked me to tell her a story in our Negro dialect, so that she could get an idea of what that variety of speech was like. I told her one of Hopkinson Smith's Negro stories, and gave her a copy of Harper's Monthly containing it. She translated it for a Swedish newspaper, but by an oversight named me as the author of it instead of Smith. I was very sorry for that, because I got a good lashing in the Swedish press, which would have fallen to his share but for that mistake, for it was shown that Boccaccio had told that very story in his curt and meager fashion 500 years before Smith took hold of it and made a good and tellable thing out of it. I have always been sorry for Smith, but my own turn has come now. A few weeks ago Professor Van Dyke of Princeton asked this question: "Do you know how old your Jumping Frog story is?" And I answered, "Yes, 45 years. The thing happened in Calaveras County in the spring of 1849. No, it happened earlier, a couple of thousand years earlier. It is a Greek story." I was astonished and hurt. I said, "I am willing to be a literary thief if it has been so ordained. I am even willing to be caught robbing the ancient dead alongside of Hopkinson Smith, for he is my friend and a good fellow, and I think would be as honest as any one if he could do it without occasioning remark. But I am not willing to antedate his crimes by 1,500 years. I must ask you to knock off part of that." But the professor was not chaffing. He was in earnest, and could not abate a century. He named the Greek author, and offered to get the book and send it to me, and the college textbook containing the English translation also. I thought I would like the translation best, because Greek makes me tired. January 30th he sent me the English version, and I will presently insert it in this article. It is my Jumping Frog tale in every essential. It is not strung out as I have strung it out, but it is all there. To me this is very curious and interesting. Curious for several reasons. For instance, I heard the story told by a man who was not telling it to his hearers as a thing new to them, but as a thing which they had witnessed and would remember. He was a dull person and ignorant. He had no gift as a story teller, and no invention. In his mouth this episode was merely history, history and statistics, and the gravest sort of history, too. He was entirely serious, for he was dealing with what to him were austere facts, and they interested him solely because they were facts. He was drawing on his memory, not his mind. He saw no humor in his tale, neither did his listeners. Neither he nor they ever smiled or laughed. In my time I have not attended a more solemn conference. To him and to his fellow gold miners there were just two things in the story that were worth considering. One was the smartness of the stranger in taking in its hero, Jim Smiley, with a loaded frog, and the other was the stranger's deep knowledge of a frog's nature, for he knew, as the narrator asserted and the listeners conceded, that a frog likes shot and is always ready to eat it. Those men discussed those two points, and those only. They were hearty in their admiration of them, and none of the party was aware that a first-rate story had been told in a first-rate way, and that it was brimful of a quality whose presence they never suspected humor. Now then, the interesting question is, did the frog episode happen in Angel's Camp in the spring of '49, as told in my hearing that day in the fall of 1865? I am perfectly sure that it did. I am also sure that its duplicate happened in Boeotia a couple of thousand years ago. I think it must be a case of history actually repeating itself, and not a case of a good story floating down the ages and surviving because too good to be allowed to perish. I would now like to have the reader examine the Greek story and the story told by the dull and solemn Californian, and observe how exactly alike they are in essentials. Translation: The Athenian and the Frog. Sedgwick, Greek Prose Composition, page 116. An Athenian once fell in with a Boeotian who was sitting by the roadside, looking at a frog. Seeing the other approach, the Boeotian said his was a remarkable frog, and asked if he would agree to start a contest of frogs, on condition that he whose frog jumped farthest should receive a large sum of money. The Athenian replied that he would if the other would fetch him a frog, for the lake was near. To this he agreed, and when he was gone the Athenian took the frog, and opening its mouth poured some stones into its stomach, so that it did not indeed seem larger than before, but could not jump. The Boeotian soon returned with the other frog, and the contest began. The second frog first was pinched, and jumped moderately. Then they pinched the Boeotian frog, and he gathered himself for a leap, and used the utmost effort, but he could not move his body the least.
So the Athenian departed with the money. When he was gone, the Boeotian, wondering what was the matter with the frog, lifted him up and examined him, and being turned upside down, he opened his mouth and vomited out the stones. And here is the way it happened in California. From the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County. Well, this year Smiley had rat terriers and chicken cocks and tomcats and all of them kind of things, till you couldn't rest, and you couldn't fetch nothing for him to bet on but he'd match you. He ketched a frog one day and took him home and said he calculated to educate him. And so he never done nothing for 3 months but set in his backyard and learn that frog to jump. And you bet you he did learn him, too. He'd give him a little punch behind, and the next minute you'd see that frog whirling in the air like a doughnut. See him turn one somersault, or maybe a couple if he got a good start, and come down flat-footed and all right, like a cat. He got him up so in the matter of catching flies, and kept him in practice so constant that he'd nail a fly every time as fur as he could see him. Smiley said all a frog wanted was education, and he could do most anything, and I believe him. Why, I've seen him set Daniel Webster down here on this floor. Daniel Webster was the name of the frog, and sing out, "Flies, Daniel, flies," and quicker'n you could wink he'd spring straight up and snake a fly off'n the counter there, and flop down on the floor again as solid as a gob of mud, and fall to scratching the side of his head with his hind foot, as indifferent as if he hadn't no idea he'd been doing any more'n any frog might do. You never see a frog so modest and straightforward as he was, for all he was so gifted. And when it comes to fair and square jumping on a dead level, he could get over more ground at one straddle than any animal of his breed you ever see. Jumping on a dead level was his strong suit, you understand, and when it came to that, Smiley would ante up money on him as long as he had a red. Smiley was monstrous proud of his frog, and well he might be, for fellers that had traveled and been everywhere all said he laid over any frog that ever they see. Well, Smiley kept the beast in a little lattice box, and he used to fetch him downtown sometimes and lay for a bet. One day a feller, a stranger in the camp he was, come across him with his box and says, "What might it be that you got in the box?" And Smiley says, sorter indifferent like, "It might be a parrot, or it might be a canary, maybe, but it ain't. It's only just a frog." And the feller took it and looked at it careful, and turned it round this way and that, and says, So 'tis. Well, what's he good for?" "Well," Smiley says, easy and careless, "he's good enough for one thing, I should judge. He can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." The feller took the box again, and took another long, particular look, and give it back to Smiley, and says, very deliberate, "Wal," he says, "I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better'n any other frog." "Maybe you don't," Smiley says. "Maybe you understand frogs, and maybe you don't understand 'em. Maybe you've had experience, and maybe you ain't only a amateur, as it were. Anyways, I got my opinion, and I'll resk $40 that he can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." And the feller studies a minute,
and then says, kinder sad like, "Well, I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog I'd bet you." Then Smiley says, "That's all right, that's all right. If you'll hold my box a minute I'll go and get you a frog." And so the feller took the box and put up his $40 along with Smiley's and set down to wait. So he set there a good while, thinking and thinking to himself. Then he got the frog out and prized his mouth open and took a teaspoon and filled him full of quail shot, filled him pretty near up to his chin, and set him on the floor. Smiley he went to the swamp and slopped around in the mud for a long time, and finally he ketched a frog and fetched him in and give him to this feller and says, "Now, if you're ready, set him alongside of Dan'l with his forepaws just even with Dan'l's, and I'll give the word." Then he says, "1, 2, 3, git!" And him and the feller touched up the frogs from behind, and the new frog hopped off lively, but Dan'l give a heave and histed up his shoulders so, like a Frenchman, but it warn't no use. He couldn't budge. He was planted as solid as a church, and he couldn't no more stir than he was anchored out. Smiley was a good deal surprised, and he was disgusted, too, but he didn't have no idea what the matter was, of course. The feller took the money and started away, and when he was going out at the door he sorter jerked his thumb over his shoulder so at Dan'l, and says again, very deliberate, "Well," he says, "I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better'n any other frog." Smiley he stood scratching his head and looking down at Dan'l a long time, and at last he says, "I do wonder what in the nation that frog throwed off for. I wonder if there ain't something the matter with him. He 'pears to look mighty baggy somehow." And he ketched Daniel by the nape of the neck and hefted him and says, "Why, blame my cats if he don't weigh 5 pound," and turned him upside down, and he belched out a double handful of shot. And then he see how it was, and he was the maddest man. He set the frog down and took out after that feller, but he never ketched him. The resemblances are deliciously exact. There you have the wily Boeotian and the wily Jim Smiley waiting, 2,000 years apart, and waiting, each equipped with his frog and laying for the stranger. A contest is proposed for money. The Athenian would take a chance if the other would fetch him a frog. The Yankee says, "I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog I'd bet you." The wily Boeotian and the wily Californian, with that vast gulf of 2,000 years between, retire eagerly and go frogging in the marsh. The Athenian and the Yankee remain behind and work a base advantage, the one with pebbles, the other with shot. Presently the contest began. In the one case they pinched the Boeotian frog; in the other, him and the feller touched up the frogs from behind. The Boeotian frog gathered himself for a leap you can just see him but could not move his body in the least. The Californian frog give a heave, but it warn't no use. He couldn't budge. In both the ancient and the modern cases the strangers departed with the money. The Boeotian and the Californian wonder what is the matter with their frogs. They lift them and examine. They turn them upside down and out spills the informing ballast. Yes, the resemblances are curiously exact. I used to tell the story of the jumping frog in San Francisco, and presently Artemus Ward came along and wanted it to help fill out a little book which he was about to publish. So I wrote it out and sent it to his publisher, Carleton, but Carleton thought the book had enough matter in it, so he gave the story to Henry Clapp as a present, and Clapp put it in his Saturday Press, and it killed that paper with a suddenness that was beyond praise. At least the paper died with that issue, and none but envious people have ever tried to rob me of the honor and credit of killing it. The Jumping Frog was the first piece of writing of mine that spread itself through the newspapers and brought me into public notice. Consequently, the Saturday Press was a cocoon, and I the worm in it. Also, I was the gay colored literary moth which its death set free. This simile has been used before. Early in '66 the Jumping Frog was issued in book form, with other sketches of mine. A year or two later Madame Blanc translated it into French and published it in the Revue des Deux Mondes. But the result was not what should have been expected, for the Revue struggled along and pulled through, and is alive yet. I think the fault must have been in the translation. I ought to have translated it myself. I think so because I examined into the matter and finally retranslated the sketch from the French back into English to see what the trouble was. That is, to see just what sort of a focus the French people got upon it. Then the mystery was explained. In French the story is too confused and chaotic and unreposeful and ungrammatical and insane. Consequently it could only cause grief and sickness. It could not kill. A glance at my retranslation will show the reader that this must be true. My retranslation: The Frog Jumping of the County of Calaveras. Eh bien, this Smiley nourished some terriers a rats, and some cocks of combat, and some cats, and all sort of things. And with his rage of betting one no had more of repose. He trapped one day a frog, and had him imported with him, et l'emporta chez lui, saying that he pretended to make his education. You me believe if you will, but during 3 months he not has nothing done but to him apprehend to jump (apprendre à sauter) in a court retired of her mansion (de sa maison), and you respond that he have succeeded. He him gives a small blow by behind, and the instant after you shall see the frog turn in the air like a grease biscuit, make one somersault, sometimes two, when she was well started, and refall upon his feet like a cat. He him had accomplished in the art of to gobble the flies (gober des mouches), and him there exercised continually, so well that a fly at the most far that she appeared was a fly lost. Smiley had custom to say that all which lacked to a frog it was the education, but with the education she could do nearly all, and I him believe. Tenez, I him have seen pose Daniel Webster there,
upon this plank. Daniel Webster was the name of the frog, and to him sing, "Some flies, Daniel, some flies." In a flash of the eye Daniel had bounded and seized a fly here upon the counter, then jumped anew at the earth, where he rested truly to himself, scratched the head with his behind foot, as if he no had not the least idea of his superiority. Never you not have seen frog as modest, as natural, sweet, as she was. And when he himself agitated to jump purely and simply upon plain earth, she does more ground in one jump than any beast of his species than you can know. To jump plain, this was his strong. When he himself agitated for that, Smiley multiplied the bets upon her as long as there to him remained a red. It must to know Smiley was monstrously proud of his frog, and he of it was right, for some men who were traveled, who had all seen, said that they to him would be injurious to him compared to another frog. Smiley guarded Daniel in a little box latticed, which he carried betimes to the village for some bet. One day an individual stranger at the camp him arrested with his box, and him said, "What is this that you have then shut up there within?" Smiley said, with an air indifferent, "That could be a paroquet or a syringe ou un serin, but this no is nothing of such, it not is but a frog." The individual it took, it regarded with care. It turned from one side and from the other, then he said, "Tiens, in effect, at what is she good?" "My God," responded Smiley, always with an air disengaged, "she is good for one thing to my notice, à mon avis. She can batter in jumping, elle peut battre en sautant, all frogs of the county of Calaveras." The individual retook the box, it examined of new longly, and it rendered to Smiley in saying with an air deliberate, "Eh bien, I no saw not that that frog had nothing of better than each frog. Je ne vois pas que cette grenouille ait rien de mieux qu'aucune grenouille." If that isn't grammar gone to seed, then I count myself no judge. M.T. "Possible that you not it saw not?" said Smiley. "Possible that you comprehend frogs? Possible that you not you there comprehend nothing? Possible that you had of the experience, and possible that you not be but an amateur. Of all manner de toute manière, I bet $40 that she batter in jumping no matter which frog of the county of Calaveras." The individual reflected a second, and said, like sad, "I not am but a stranger here. I no have not a frog. But if I of it had one, I would embrace the bet." "Strong well," responds Smiley. "Nothing of more facility. If you will hold my box a minute, I go you to search a frog." "J'irai vous chercher." Behold, then, the individual who guards the box, who puts his $40 upon those of Smiley, and who attends, et qui attend. He attended enough long times, reflecting all solely. And figure you that he takes Daniel, him opens the mouth by force, and with a teaspoon him fills with shot of the hunt, even him fills just to the chin, then he him puts by the earth. Smiley during these times was at slopping in a swamp. Finally he trapped attrape a frog, him carried to that individual, and said, "Now, if you be ready, put him all against Daniel, with their before feet upon the same line, and I give the signal." Then he added, "1, 2, 3, advance." Him and the individual touched their frogs by behind, and the frog knew put to jump smartly. But Daniel himself lifted ponderously, exalted the shoulders thus, like a Frenchman. To what good? He could not budge. He is planted solid, like a church. He not advance no more than if one him had put at the anchor. Smiley was surprised and disgusted, but he not himself doubted not of the turn being intended, mais il ne se doutait pas du tour bien entendu. The individual pocketed the silver, himself with it went, and of it himself in going is that he no gives not a jerk of thumb over the shoulder like that at the poor Daniel, in saying with his air deliberate, "L'individu empoche l'argent s'en va, et en s'en allant, et ce qu'il ne donne pas un coup de pouce par-dessus l'épaule, comme ça, au pauvre Daniel," en disant de son air délibéré, "Eh bien, I no see not that that frog has nothing of better than another." Smiley himself scratched long time the head, the eyes fixed upon Daniel, until that which at last he said, "I me demand how the devil it makes itself that this beast has refused. Is it that she had something? One would believe that she is stuffed." He grasped Daniel by the skin of the neck, him lifted, and said, "The wolf me bite if he no weigh not 5 pounds." He him reversed, and the unhappy belched 2 handfuls of shot. Et le malheureux, etc. When Smiley recognized how it was, he was like mad. He deposited his frog by the earth, and ran after that individual, but he not him caught never. It may be that there are people who can translate better than I can, but I am not acquainted with them. So ends the private and public history of the Jumping Frog of Calaveras County, an incident which has this unique feature about it, that it is both old and new, a chestnut and not a chestnut, for it was original when it happened 2,000 years ago, and was again original when it happened in California in our own time. End of Chapter 5. Private History of the Jumping Frog Story, read by John Greenman. Section 8 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 6. Mental Telegraphy Again. I have 3 or 4 curious incidents to tell about. They seem to come under the head of what I named mental telegraphy in a paper written 17 years ago and published long afterwards. The paper entitled Mental Telegraphy, which originally appeared in Harper's Magazine for December 1893, is included in the volume entitled The American Claimant and Other Stories and Sketches. Several years ago I made a campaign on the platform with Mr. George W. Cable. In Montreal we were honored with a reception.
It began at 2 in the afternoon in a long drawing room in the Windsor Hotel. Mr. Cable and I stood at one end of this room, and the ladies and gentlemen entered it at the other end, crossed it at that end, then came up the long left hand side, shook hands with us, said a word or two, and passed on in the usual way. My sight is of the telescopic sort, and I presently recognized a familiar face among the throng of strangers drifting in at the distant door, and I said to myself with surprise and high gratification, "That is Mrs. R. I had forgotten that she was a Canadian." She had been a great friend of mine in Carson City, Nevada, in the early days. I had not seen her or heard of her for 20 years. I had not been thinking about her. There was nothing to suggest her to me, nothing to bring her to my mind. In fact, to me, she had long ago ceased to exist, and had disappeared from my consciousness. But I knew her instantly, and I saw her so clearly that I was able to note some of the particulars of her dress, and did note them, and they remained in my mind. I was impatient for her to come. In the midst of the handshakings I snatched glimpses of her, and noted her progress with the slow moving file across the end of the room. Then I saw her start up the side, and this gave me a full front view of her face. I saw her last when she was within 25 feet of me. For an hour I kept thinking she must still be in the room somewhere, and would come at last. But I was disappointed. When I arrived in the lecture hall that evening, some one said, "Come into the waiting room. There's a friend of yours there who wants to see you. You'll not be introduced. You are to do the recognizing without help if you can." I said to myself, "It is Mrs. R. I shan't have any trouble." There were perhaps 10 ladies present, all seated. In the midst of them was Mrs. R., as I had expected. She was dressed exactly as she was when I had seen her in the afternoon. I went forward and shook hands with her, and called her by name, and said, "I knew you the moment you appeared at the reception this afternoon." She looked surprised, and said, "But I was not at the reception. I have just arrived from Quebec, and have not been in town an hour." It was my turn to be surprised now. I said, "I can't help it. I give you my word of honor that it is as I say. I saw you at the reception, and you were dressed precisely as you are now. When they told me a moment ago that I should find a friend in this room, your image rose before me, dress and all, just as I had seen you at the reception. Those are the facts. She was not at the reception at all, or anywhere near it. But I saw her there nevertheless, and most clearly and unmistakably. To that I could make an oath. How is one to explain this? I was not thinking of her at the time, had not thought of her for years, but she had been thinking of me, no doubt. Did her thoughts flit through leagues of air to me, and bring with it that clear and pleasant vision of herself? I think so. That was
and remains my sole experience in the matter of apparitions. I mean apparitions that come when one is ostensibly awake. I could have been asleep for a moment. The apparition could have been the creature of a dream. Still, that is nothing to the point. The feature of interest is the happening of the thing just at that time, instead of at an earlier or later time, which is argument that its origin lay in thought transference. My next incident will be set aside by most persons as being merely a coincidence, I suppose. Years ago I used to think sometimes of making a lecturing trip through the Antipodes and the borders of the Orient, but always gave up the idea, partly because of the great length of the journey, and partly because my wife could not well manage to go with me. Towards the end of last January that idea, after an interval of years, came suddenly into my head again, forcefully, too, and without any apparent reason. Whence came it? What suggested it? I will touch upon that presently. I was at that time where I am now, in Paris. I wrote at once to Henry M. Stanley, London, and asked him some questions about his Australian lecture tour, and inquired who had conducted him and what were the terms. After a day or two his answer came. It began: "The lecture agent for Australia and New Zealand is par excellence Mr. R. S. Smythe, of Melbourne." He added his itinerary, terms, sea expenses, and some other matters, and advised me to write Mr. Smythe, which I did February 3d. I began my letter by saying in substance that while he did not know me personally we had a mutual friend in Stanley, and that would answer for an introduction. Then I proposed my trip, and asked if he would give me the same terms which he had given Stanley. I mailed my letter to Mr. Smythe February 6th, and 3 days later I got a letter from the self-same Smythe, dated Melbourne, December 17th. I would as soon have expected to get a letter from the late George Washington. The letter began, somewhat as mine to him had begun, with a self-introduction. "Dear Mr. Clemens, it is so long since Archibald Forbes and I spent that pleasant afternoon in your comfortable house at Hartford that you have probably quite forgotten the occasion." In the course of his letter this occurs: "I am willing to give you" here he named the terms which he had given Stanley "for an Antipodean tour to last, say, 3 months." Here was the single essential detail of my letter, answered 3 days after I had mailed my inquiry. I might have saved myself the trouble and the postage, and a few years ago I would have done that very thing, for I would have argued that my sudden and strong impulse to write and ask some question of a stranger on the under side of the globe meant that the impulse came from that stranger, and that he would answer my questions of his own motion, if I would let him alone. Mr. Smythe's letter probably passed under my nose on its way to lose 3 weeks traveling to America and back, and gave me a whiff of its contents as it went along. Letters often act like that. Instead of the thought coming to you in an instant from Australia,
The apparently unsentient letter imparts it to you as it glides invisibly past your elbow in the mail bag. Next incident. In the following month, March, I was in America. I spent a Sunday at Irvington on the Hudson with Mr. John Brisben Walker of the Cosmopolitan magazine. We came into New York next morning and went to the Century Club for luncheon. He said some praiseful things about the character of the club and the orderly serenity and pleasantness of its quarters, and asked if I had never tried to acquire membership in it. I said I had not, and that New York clubs were a continuous expense to the country members without being of frequent use or benefit to them. And now I've got an idea, said I. There's the Lotus, the first New York club I was ever a member of, my very earliest love in that line. I have been a member of it for considerably more than 20 years, yet have seldom had a chance to look in and see the boys. They turn gray and grow old while I am not watching, and my dues go on. I am going to Hartford this afternoon for a day or two, but as soon as I get back I will go to John Elderkin very privately and say, "Remember the veteran and confer distinction upon him, for the sake of old times. Make me an honorary member and abolish the tax. If you haven't any such thing as honorary membership, all the better. Create it for my honor and glory. That would be a great thing. I will go to John Elderkin as soon as I get back from Hartford." I took the last express that afternoon, first telegraphing Mr. F. G. Whitmore to come and see me next day. When he came he asked, "Did you get a letter from Mr. John Elderkin, secretary of the Lotus Club, before you left New York?" "No." "Then it just missed you. If I had known you were coming I would have kept it. It is beautiful, and will make you proud. The board of directors, by unanimous vote, have made you a life member, and squelched those dues, and you are to be on hand and receive your distinction on the night of the 30th, which is the 25th anniversary of the founding of the club, and it will not surprise me if they have some great times there." What put the honorary membership in my head that day in the Century Club? For I had never thought of it before. I don't know what brought the thought to me at that particular time, instead of earlier, but I am well satisfied that it originated with the board of directors, and had been on its way to my brain through the air ever since the moment that saw their vote recorded. Another incident. I was in Hartford 2 or 3 days as a guest of the Reverend Joseph H. Twichell. I have held the rank of honorary uncle to his children for a quarter of a century, and I went out with him in the trolley car to visit one of his nieces, who is at Miss Porter's famous school in Farmington. The distance is 8 or 9 miles. On the way, talking, I illustrated something with an anecdote. This is the anecdote. 2 years and a half ago I and the family arrived at Milan on our way to Rome, and stopped at the Continental. After dinner I went below and took a seat in the stone paved court,
where the customary lemon trees stand in the customary tubs, and said to myself, now this is comfort, comfort and repose, and nobody to disturb it. I do not know anybody in Milan. Then a young gentleman stepped up and shook hands, which damaged my theory. He said, in substance, you won't remember me, Mr. Clemens, but I remember you very well. I was a cadet at West Point when you and Reverend Joseph H. Twichell came there some years ago and talked to us on the 100th night. I am a lieutenant in the regular army now, and my name is H. I am in Europe all alone for a modest little tour. My regiment is in Arizona. We became friendly and sociable, and in the course of the talk he told me of an adventure which had befallen him, about to this effect. I was at Bellagio, stopping at the big hotel there, and 10 days ago I lost my letter of credit. I did not know what in the world to do. I was a stranger. I knew no one in Europe. I hadn't a penny in my pocket. I couldn't even send a telegram to London to get my lost letter replaced. My hotel bill was a week old, and the presentation of it imminent, so imminent that it could happen at any moment now. I was so frightened that my wits seemed to leave me. I tramped and tramped back and forth like a crazy person. If anybody approached me I hurried away, for no matter what a person looked like, I took him for the head waiter with the bill. I was at last in such a desperate state that I was ready to do any wild thing that promised even the shadow of help. And so this is the insane thing that I did. I saw a family lunching at a small table on the veranda, and recognized their nationality Americans, father, mother, and several young daughters. Young, tastefully dressed, and pretty the rule with our people. I went straight there in my civilian costume, named my name, said I was a lieutenant in the army, and told my story and asked for help. What do you suppose the gentleman did? But you would not guess in 20 years. He took out a handful of gold coin and told me to help myself freely. That is what he did. The next morning the lieutenant told me his new letter of credit had arrived in the night, so we strolled to Cook's to draw money to pay back the benefactor with. We got it, and then went strolling through the great arcade. Presently he said, "Yonder they are. Come and be introduced." I was introduced to the parents and the young ladies. Then we separated, and I never saw him or them any "Here we are at Farmington," said Twichell, interrupting. We left the trolley car and tramped through the mud 100 yards or so to the school, talking about the time we and Warner walked out there years ago, and the pleasant time we had. We had a visit with my niece in the parlor, then started for the trolley again. Outside the house we encountered a double rank of 20 or 30 of Miss Porter's young ladies arriving from a walk, and we stood aside, ostensibly to let them have room to file past, but really to look at them. Presently one of them stepped out of the rank and said, "You don't know me, Mr. Twichell, but I know your daughter, and that gives me the privilege
of shaking hands with you. Then she put out her hand to me and said, "And I wish to shake hands with you, too, Mr. Clemens. You don't remember me, but you were introduced to me in the Arcade in Milan 2 years and a half ago by Lieutenant H." What had put that story into my head after all that stretch of time? Was it just the proximity of that young girl, or was it merely an odd accident? End of Chapter 6, Mental Telegraphy again. Read by John Greenman. Section 9 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 7, What Paul Bourget Thinks of Us. What Paul Bourget thinks of us. He reports the American joke correctly. In Boston they ask, "How much does he know?" In New York, "How much is he worth?" In Philadelphia, "Who were his parents?" And when an alien observer turns his telescope upon us, advertisedly in our own special interest, a natural apprehension moves us to ask, "What is the diameter of his reflector?" I take a great interest in M. Bourget's chapters, for I know by the newspapers that there are several Americans who are expecting to get a whole education out of them; several who foresaw, and also foretold, that our long night was over, and a light almost divine about to break upon the land. His utterances concerning us are bound to be weighty and well timed. He gives us an object lesson which should be thoughtfully and profitably studied. These well considered and important verdicts were of a nature to restore public confidence, which had been disquieted by questionings as to whether so young a teacher would be qualified to take so large a class as 70,000,000 distributed over so extensive a schoolhouse as America, and pull it through without assistance. I was even disquieted myself, although I am of a cold, calm temperament, and not easily disturbed. I feared for my country, and I was not wholly tranquilized by the verdicts rendered as above. It seemed to me that there was still room for doubt. In fact, in looking the ground over, I became more disturbed than I was before. Many worrying questions came up in my mind. Two were prominent. Where had the teacher gotten his equipment? What was his method? He had gotten his equipment in France. Then as to his method, I saw by his own intimations that he was an observer, and had a system, that used by naturalists and other scientists. The naturalist collects many bugs and reptiles and butterflies, and studies their ways a long time patiently. By this means he is presently able to group these creatures into families and subdivisions of families by nice shadings of differences observable in their characters. Then he labels all those shaded bugs and things with nicely descriptive group names, and is now happy, for his great work is completed, and as a result he intimately knows every bug and shade of a bug there, inside and out.
It may be true, but a person who was not a naturalist would feel safer about it if he had the opinion of the bug. I think it is a pleasant system, but subject to error. The observer of peoples has to be a classifier, a grouper, a deducer, a generalizer, a psychoanalyzer, and, first and last, a thinker. He has to be all of these, and when he is at home, observing his own folk, he is often able to prove competency. But history has shown that when he is abroad observing unfamiliar peoples the chances are heavily against him. He is then a naturalist observing a bug, with no more than a naturalist's chance of being able to tell the bug anything new about itself, and no more than a naturalist's chance of being able to teach it any new ways which it will prefer to its own. To return to that first question, M. Bourget, as teacher, would simply be France teaching America. It seemed to me that the outlook was dark, almost Egyptian in fact. What would the new teacher representing France teach us? Railroading? No, France knows nothing valuable about railroading. Steamshipping? No, France has no superiorities over us in that matter. Steamboating? No, French steamboating is still of Fulton's date, 1809. Postal service? No, France is a back number there. Telegraphy? No, we taught her that ourselves. Journalism? No. Magazining? No, that is our own specialty. Government? No. Liberty, equality, fraternity, nobility, democracy, adultery, the system is too variegated for our climate. Religion? No, not variegated enough for our climate. Morals? No, we cannot rob the poor to enrich ourselves. Novel writing? No, M. Bourget and the others know only one plan, and when that is expurgated there is nothing left of the book. I wish I could think what he is going to teach us. Can it be deportment? But he experimented in that at Newport and failed to give satisfaction, except to a few. Those few are pleased. They are enjoying their joy as well as they can. They confess their happiness to the interviewer. They feel pretty striped, but they remember with reverent recognition that they had sugar between the cuts. True, sugar with sand in it, but sugar. And true, they had some trouble to tell which was sugar and which was sand, because the sugar itself looked just like the sand, and also had a gravelly taste. Still they knew that the sugar was there, and would have been very good sugar indeed if it had been screened. Yes, they are pleased, not noisily so, but pleased. Invaded or streaked, as one may say, with little recurrent shivers of joy, subdued joy, so to speak, not the overdone kind. And they commune together, these, and manage each other with comforting sailings, in a sweet spirit of resignation and thankfulness, mixing these elements in the same proportions as the sugar and the sand, as a memorial, and saying, the one to the other and to the interviewer, it was severe, yes, it was bitterly severe, but oh, how true it was, and it will do us so much good. If it isn't deportment, what is left? It was at this point that I seemed to get on the right track at last. M. Bourget would teach us to know ourselves. That was it. He would reveal us to ourselves. That would be an education. He would explain us to ourselves. Then we should understand ourselves, and after that be able to go on more intelligently. It seemed a doubtful scheme. He could explain us to himself. That would be easy. That would be the same as the naturalist explaining the bug to himself. But to explain the bug to the bug, that is quite a different matter. The bug may not know himself perfectly, but he knows himself better than the naturalist can know him, at any rate. A foreigner can photograph the exteriors of a nation, but I think that that is as far as he can get. I think that no foreigner can report its interior, its soul, its life, its speech, its thought. I think that a knowledge of these things is acquirable in only one way, not two or four or six. Absorption. Years and years of unconscious absorption. Years and years of intercourse with the life concerned. Of living it, indeed. Sharing personally in its shames and prides, its joys and griefs, its loves and hates, its prosperities and reverses, its shows and shabbinesses, its deep patriotisms, its whirlwinds of political passion, its adorations of flag and heroic dead, and the glory of the national name. Observation? Of what real value is it? One learns peoples through the heart, not the eyes or the intellect. There is only one expert who is qualified to examine the souls and the life of a people and make a valuable report: the native novelist. This expert is so rare that the most populous country can never have 15 conspicuously and confessedly competent ones in stock at one time. This native specialist is not qualified to begin work until he has been absorbing during 25 years. How much of his competency is derived from conscious observation? The amount is so slight that it counts for next to nothing in the equipment. Almost the whole capital of the novelist is the slow accumulation of unconscious observation, absorption. The native expert's intentional observation of manners, speech, character, and ways of life can have value, for the native knows what they mean without having to cipher out the meaning. But I should be astonished to see a foreigner get at the right meanings, catch the elusive shades of these subtle things. Even the native novelist becomes a foreigner, with a foreigner's limitations, when he steps from the state whose life is familiar to him into a state whose life he has not lived. Bret Harte got his California and his Californians by unconscious absorption, and put both of them into his tales alive. But when he came from the Pacific to the Atlantic and tried to do Newport life from study, conscious observation, his failure was absolutely monumental. Newport is a disastrous place for the unacclimated observer, evidently. To return to novel building. Does the native novelist try to generalize the nation. No, he lays plainly before you the ways and speech and life of a few people grouped in a certain place, his own place, and that is one book. In time he and his brethren will report to you the life and the people of the whole nation, the life of a group in a New England village, in a New York village, in a Texan village, in an Oregon village, in villages in 50 states and territories, then the farm life in 50 states and territories, 100 patches of life and groups of people in a dozen widely separated cities. And the Indians will be attended to, and the cowboys, and the gold and silver miners, and the negroes, and the idiots and congressmen, and the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Swedes, the French, the Chinamen, the Greasers, and the Catholics, the Methodists, the Presbyterians, the Congregationalists, the Baptists, the Spiritualists, the Mormons, the Shakers, the Quakers, the Jews, the Campbellites, the Infidels, the Christian Scientists, the Mind Curists, the Faith Curists, the Train Robbers, the White Caps, the Moonshiners, and when 1,000 able novels have been written, there you have the soul of the people, the life of the people, the speech of the people, and not anywhere else can these be had. And the shadings of character, manners, feelings, ambitions will be infinite. The nature of a people is always of a similar shade in its vices and its virtues, in its frivolities and in its labor. It is this physiognomy which it is necessary to discover, and every document is good, from the hall of a casino to the church, from the foibles of a fashionable woman to the suggestions of a revolutionary leader. I am therefore quite sure that this American soul, the principal interest and the great object of my voyage, appears behind the records of Newport for those who choose to see it. Monsieur Paul Bourget. The italics are mine. It is a large contract which he has undertaken. Records is a pretty poor word there, but I think the use of it is due to hasty translation. In the original the word is fastes. I think M. Bourget meant to suggest that he expected to find the great American soul secreted behind the ostentations of Newport, and that he was going to get it out and examine it and generalize it and psychologize it and make it reveal to him its hidden vast mystery, the nature of the people of the United States of America. We have been accused of being a nation addicted to inventing wild schemes. I trust that we shall be allowed to retire to second place now. There isn't a single human characteristic that can be safely labeled American. There isn't a single human ambition or religious trend or drift of thought or peculiarity of education or code of principles or breed of folly or style of conversation or preference for a particular subject for discussion or form of legs or trunk or head or face or expression or complexion or gait or dress or manners or disposition or any other human detail, inside or outside, that can rationally be generalized as American. Whenever you have found what seems to be an American peculiarity, you have only to cross a frontier or two, or go down or up in the social scale, and you perceive that it has disappeared, and you can cross the Atlantic and find it again. There may be a Newport religious drift or sporting drift, or conversational style or complexion or cut of face, but there are entire empires in America, North, South, East, and West, where you could not find your duplicates. It is the same with everything else which one might propose to call American.
Monsieur Bourget thinks he has found the American coquette.
If he had really found her, he would also have found, I am sure, that she was not new, that she exists in other lands in the same forms, and with the same frivolous heart, and the same ways and impulses. I think this because I have seen our coquette. I have seen her in life. Better still, I have seen her in our novels, and seen her twin in foreign novels.
I wish Monsieur Bourget had seen ours.
He thought he saw her, and so he applied his system to her. She was a species, so he gathered a number of samples of what seemed to be her, and put them under his glass, and divided them into groups which he calls types, and labeled them in his usual scientific way with formulas, brief, sharp, descriptive flashes that make a person blink sometimes, they are so sudden and vivid. As a rule, they are pretty far-fetched, but that is not an important matter. They surprise, they compel admiration, and I notice by some of the comments which his efforts have called forth that they deceive the unwary. Here are a few of the coquette variants which he has grouped and labeled: the collector, the equilibre, the professional beauty, the bluffer, the girl boy. If he had stopped with describing these characters, we should have been obliged to believe that they exist, and that he has seen them, and spoken with them. But he did not stop there. He went further, and furnished to us light-throwing samples of their behavior, and also light-throwing samples of their speeches. He entered those things in his note-book without suspicion. He takes them out and delivers them to the world with a candor and simplicity which show that he believed them genuine. They throw altogether too much light. They revealed to the native the origin of his find. I suppose he knows how he came to make that novel and captivating discovery by this time. If he does not, any American can tell him, any American to whom he will show his anecdotes. It was put up on him, as we say. It was a jest, to be plain. It was a series of frauds. To my mind it was a poor sort of jest, witless and contemptible. The players of it have their reward, such as it is. They have exhibited the fact that whatever they may be, they are not ladies.
Monsieur Bourget
did not discover a type of coquette. He merely discovered a type of practical joker. One may say the type of practical joker, for these people are exactly alike all over the world. Their equipment is always the same: a vulgar mind, a puerile wit, a cruel disposition as a rule, and always the spirit of treachery. In his chapter 4, M. Bourget has 2 or 3 columns gravely devoted to the collating and examining and psychologizing of these sorry little frauds. One is not moved to laugh. There is nothing funny in the situation. It is only pathetic. The stranger gave those people his confidence, and they dishonorably treated him in return. But one must be allowed to suspect that M. Bourget was a little to blame himself. Even a practical joker has some little judgment. He has to exercise some degree of sagacity in selecting his prey if he would save himself from getting into trouble. In my time I have seldom seen such daring things marketed at any price as these conscienceless folk have worked off at par on this confiding observer. It compels the conviction that there was something about him that bred in those speculators a quite unusual sense of safety and encouraged them to strain their powers in his behalf. They seem to have satisfied themselves that all he wanted was significant facts, and that he was not accustomed to examine the source whence they proceeded. It is plain that there was a sort of conspiracy against him almost from the start, a conspiracy to freight him up with all the strange extravagances those people's decayed brains could invent. The lengths to which they went are next to incredible. They told him things which surely would have excited any one else's suspicion, but they did not excite his. Consider this. There is not in all the United States an entirely nude statue. If an angel should come down and say such a thing about heaven, a reasonably cautious observer would take that angel's number and inquire a little further before he added it to his catch. What does the present observer do? Adds it at once. Adds it and labels it with this innocent comment: "This small fact is strangely significant." It does seem to me that this kind of observing is defective. Here is another curiosity which some liberal person made him a present of. I should think it ought to have disturbed the deep slumber of his suspicion a little, but it didn't. It was a note from a foghorn for strenuousness, it seems to me, but the doomed voyager did not catch it. If he had but caught it, it would have saved him from several disasters. If the American knows that you are traveling to take notes, he is interested in it, and at the same time rejoices in it, as in a tribute. Again, this is defective observation. It is human to like to be praised. One can even notice it in the French. But it is not human to like to be ridiculed, even when it comes in the form of a tribute. I think a little psychologizing ought to have come in there. Something like this: a dog does not like to be ridiculed. A redskin does not like to be ridiculed. A Negro does not like to be ridiculed. A Chinaman does not like to be ridiculed. Let us deduce from these significant facts this formula: the American's grade being higher than these, and the chain of argument stretching unbroken all the way up to him, there is room for suspicion that the person who said the American likes to be ridiculed and regards it as a tribute is not a capable observer. I feel persuaded that in the matter of psychologizing a professional is too apt to yield to the fascination of the loftier regions of that great art, to the neglect of its lowlier walks. Every now and then, at half-hour intervals, M. Bourget collects a hatful of airy inaccuracies, and dissolves them in a panful of assorted abstractions, and runs the charge into a mold, and turns you out a compact principle which will explain an American girl or an American woman, or why new people yearn for old things, or any other impossible riddle which a person wants answered. It seems to be conceded that there are a few human peculiarities that can be generalized and located here and there in the world and named by the name of the nation where they are found. I wonder what they are. Perhaps one of them is temperament. One speaks of French vivacity and German gravity and English stubbornness. There is no American temperament. The nearest that one can come at it is to say there are two, the composed Northern and the impetuous Southern, and both are found in other countries. Morals, purity of women may fairly be called universal with us, but that is the case in some other countries. We have no monopoly of it. It cannot be named American. I think that there is but a single specialty with us, only one thing that can be called by the wide name American. That is the national devotion to ice water. All Germans drink beer, but the British nation drinks beer too. So neither of those peoples is the beer-drinking nation. I suppose we do stand alone in having a drink that nobody likes but ourselves. When we have been a month in Europe we lose our craving for it, and we finally tell the hotel folk that they needn't provide it any more. Yet we hardly touch our native shore again, winter or summer, before we are eager for it. The reasons for this state of things have not been psychologized yet. I drop the hint and say no more. It is my belief that there are some national traits and things scattered about the world that are mere superstitions, frauds that have lived so long that they have the solid look of facts. One of them is the dogma that the French are the only chaste people in the world. Ever since I arrived in France this last time I have been accumulating doubts about that, and before I leave this sunny land again I will gather in a few random statistics and psychologize the plausibilities out of it. If people are to come over to America and find fault with our girls and our women, and psychologize every little thing they do, and try to teach them how to behave and how to cultivate themselves up to where one cannot tell them from the French model, I intend to find out whether those missionaries are qualified or not. A nation ought always to examine into this detail before engaging the teacher for good. This last one has let fall a remark which renewed those doubts of mine when I read it. In our high Parisian existence, for instance, we find applied to arts and luxury and to debauchery all the powers and all the weaknesses of the French soul. You see, it amounts to a trade with the French soul. a profession, a science, the serious business of life, so to speak, in our high Parisian existence. I do not quite like the look of it. I question if it can be taught with profit in our country, except, of course, to those pathetic, neglected minds that are waiting there so yearningly for the education which M. Bourget is going to furnish them from the serene summits of our high Parisian life. I spoke a moment ago of the existence of some superstitions that have been parading the world as facts this long time. For instance, consider the dollar. The world seems to think that the love of money is American, and that the mad desire to get suddenly rich is American. I believe that both of these things are merely and broadly human, not American monopolies at all. The love of money is natural to all nations, for money is a good and strong friend. I think that this love has existed everywhere, ever since the Bible called it the root of all evil. I think that the reason why we Americans seem to be so addicted to trying to get rich suddenly is merely because the opportunity to make promising efforts in that direction has offered itself to us with a frequency out of all proportion to the European experience. For 80 years this opportunity has been offering itself, in one new town or region after another, straight westward, step by step, all the way from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific. When a mechanic could buy 10 town lots on tolerably long credit for 10 months' savings out of his wages, and reasonably expect to sell them in a couple of years for 10 times what he gave for them, it was human for him to try the venture, and he did it, no matter what his nationality was. He would have done it in Europe or China if he had had the same chance. In the flush times in the silver regions, a cook or any other humble worker stood a very good chance to get rich out of a trifle of money risked in a stock deal, and that person promptly took that risk, no matter what his or her nationality might be. I was there, and I saw it. But these opportunities have not been plenty in our Southern States, so there you have a prodigious region where the rush for sudden wealth is almost an unknown thing, and has been from the beginning. Europe has offered few opportunities for poor Tom, Dick, and Harry, but when she has offered one, there has been no noticeable difference between European eagerness and American. England saw this in the wild days of the Railroad King. France saw it in 1720, time of Law and the Mississippi Bubble. I am sure I have never seen in the gold and silver mines any madness, fury, frenzy to get suddenly rich which was even remotely comparable to that which raged in France in the bubble day. If I had a cyclopedia here I could turn to that memorable case and satisfy nearly anybody that the hunger for the sudden dollar is no more American than it is French, and if I could furnish an American opportunity to staid Germany, I think I could wake her up like a house afire. But I must return to the generalizations, psychologizings, deductions. When M. Bourget is exploiting these arts, It is then that he is peculiarly and particularly himself. His ways are wholly original when he encounters a trait or a custom which is new to him. Another person would merely examine the find, verify it, estimate its value, and let it go. But that is not sufficient for Monsieur Bourget. He always wants to know why that thing exists. He wants to know how it came to happen, and he will not let go of it until he has found out. And in every instance he will find that reason where no one but himself would have thought of looking for it. He does not seem to care for a reason that is not picturesquely located, one might almost say picturesquely and impossibly located. He found out that in America men do not try to hunt down young married women. At once, as usual, he wanted to know why. Anyone could have told him. He could have divined it by the lights thrown by the novels of the country, but no, he preferred to find out for himself. He has a trustfulness as regards men and facts which is fine and unusual. He is not particular about the source of a fact. He is not particular about the character and standing of the fact itself. But when it comes to pounding out the reason for the existence of the fact, he will trust no one but himself. In the present instance here was his fact. American young married women are not pursued by the corrupter. And here was the question, what is it that protects her? It seems quite unlikely that that problem could have offered difficulties to any but a trained philosopher. Nearly any person would have said to M. Bourget, "Oh, that is very simple. It is very seldom in America that a marriage is made on a commercial basis. Our marriages, from the beginning, have been made for love, and where love is there is no room for the corrupter." Now it is interesting to see the formidable way in which M. Bourget went at that poor, humble little thing. He moved upon it in column, 3 columns, and with artillery. Two reasons of a very different kind explain that fact. And now that I have got so far, I am almost afraid to say what his 2 reasons are, lest I be charged with inventing them. But I will not retreat now. I will condense them and print them, giving my word that I am honest and not trying to deceive anyone. 1. Young married women are protected from the approaches of the seducer in New England and vicinity by the diluted remains of a prudence created by a Puritan law of 200 years ago, which for a while punished adultery with death. 2. And young married women of the other 40 or 50 States are protected by laws which afford extraordinary facilities for divorce. If I have not lost my mind, I have accurately conveyed those 2 Vesuvian eruptions of philosophy. But the reader can consult Chapter 4 of Outremer and decide for himself. Let us examine this paralyzing deduction or explanation by the light of a few sane facts. 1. This universality of protection has existed in our country from the beginning, before the death penalty existed in New England, and during all the generations that have dragged by since it was annulled. 2. Extraordinary facilities for divorce are of such recent creation that any middle aged American can remember a time when such things had not yet been thought of. Let us suppose that the first easy divorce law went into effect 40 years ago, and got noised around and fairly started in business 35 years ago, when we had, say, 25 million of white population. Let us suppose that among 5 million of them the young married women were protected by the surviving shudder of that ancient Puritan scare. What is M. Bourget going to do about those who lived among the 20 million? They were clean in their morals, they were pure, yet there was no easy divorce law to protect them. A while ago I said that M. Bourget's method of truth seeking, hunting for it in out of the way places, was new, but that was an error. I remember that when Leverrier discovered the Milky Way, he and the other astronomers began to theorize about it in substantially the same fashion which M. Bourget employs in his reasonings about American social facts and their origin. Leverrier advanced the hypothesis that the Milky Way was caused by gaseous protoplasmic emanations from the field of Waterloo, which, ascending to an altitude determinable by their own specific gravity, became luminous through the development and exposure, by the natural processes of animal decay, of the phosphorus contained in them. This theory was warmly complimented by Ptolemy, who, however, after much thought and research, decided that he could not accept it as final. His own theory was that the Milky Way was an emigration of lightning bugs, and he supported and reinforced this theorem by the well-known fact that the locusts do like that in Egypt. Giordano Bruno also was outspoken in his praises of Leverrier's important contribution to astronomical science, and was at first inclined to regard it as conclusive, but later, conceiving it to be erroneous, he pronounced against it, and advanced the hypothesis that the Milky Way was a detachment or core of stars which became arrested and held in suspenso suspensorum by refraction of gravitation while on the march to join their several constellations, a proposition for which he was afterwards burned at the stake in Jacksonville, Illinois. These were all brilliant and picturesque theories, and each was received with enthusiasm by the scientific world. But when a New England farmer, who was not a thinker, but only a plain sort of person who tried to account for large facts in simple ways, came out with the opinion that the Milky Way was just common, ordinary stars, and was put where it was because God wanted to have it so, the admirable idea fell perfectly flat. As a literary artist, M. Bourget is as fresh and striking as he is as a scientific one. He says, "Above all, I do not believe much in anecdotes." Why? "In history they are all false," a sufficiently broad statement; in literature all libelous, also a sufficiently sweeping statement, coming from a critic who notes that we are a people who are peculiarly extravagant in our language; and when it is a matter of social life almost all biased. It seems to amount to stultification almost. He has built 2 or 3 breeds of American coquettes out of anecdotes, mainly biased ones, I suppose, and as they occur in literature furnished by his pen, they must be all libelous. Or did he mean not in literature or anecdotes about literature or literary people? I am not able to answer that. Perhaps the original would be clearer, but I have only the translation of this installment by me. I think the remark had an intention, also that this intention was booked for the trip, but that either in the hurry of the remark's departure it got left, or in the confusion of changing cars at the translator's frontier it got sidetracked. But on the other hand, I believe in statistics, and those on divorces appear to me to be most conclusive. And he sets himself the task of explaining, in a couple of columns, the process by which easy divorce conceived, invented, originated, developed, and perfected an empire embracing condition of sexual purity in the States in 40 years. No, he doesn't state the interval. With all his passion for statistics, he forgot to ask how long it took to produce this gigantic miracle. I have followed his pleasant but devious trail through those columns, but I was not able to get hold of his argument and find out what it was. I was not even able to find out where it left off. It seemed to gradually dissolve and flow off into other matters. I followed it with interest, for I was anxious to learn how easy divorce eradicated adultery in America, but I was disappointed. I have no idea yet how it did it. I only know it didn't, but that is not valuable. I knew it before. Well, humor is the great thing, the saving thing, after all. The minute it crops up, all our hardnesses yield, all our irritations and resentments flit away, and a sunny spirit takes their place. And so, when M. Bourget said that bright thing about our grandfathers, I broke all up. I remember exploding its American countermine once under that grand hero Napoleon. He was only first consul then, and I was consul general, for the United States, of course. But we were very intimate, notwithstanding the difference in rank, for I waived that. One day something offered the opening, and he said, "Well, General, I suppose life can never get entirely dull to an American, because whenever he can't strike up any other way to put in his time, he can always get away with a few years trying to find out who his grandfather was." I fairly shouted, for I had never heard it sound better, and then I was back at him as quick as a flash. "Right, Your Excellency, but I reckon a Frenchman's got his little stand-by for a dull time, too, because when all other interests fail he can turn in and see if he can't find out who his father was." Well, you should have heard him just whoop, and cackle, and carry on. He reached up and hit me one on the shoulder, and says, "Land, but it's good! It's immensely good! George, I never heard it said so good in my life before.
Say it again." So I said it again, and he said his again, and I said mine again, and then he did, and then I did, and then he did, and we kept on doing it and doing it, and I never had such a good time, and he said the same. In my opinion, there isn't anything that is as killing as one of those dear old ripe pensioners, if you know how to snatch it out in a kind of a fresh sort of original way. But I wish M. Bourget had read more of our novels before he came. It is the only way to thoroughly understand a people. When I found I was coming to Paris, I read La Terre.
End of Chapter 7. What Paul Bourget Thinks of Us. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 10 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 8. A Little Note to M. Paul Bourget. The preceding squib was assailed in the North American Review in an article entitled Mark Twain and Paul Bourget by Max Orell. The following little note is a rejoinder to that article. It is possible that the position assumed here, that M. Bourget dictated the Orell article himself, is untenable. You have every right, my dear M. Bourget, to retort upon me by dictation, if you prefer that method to writing at me with your pen. But if I may say it without hurt, and certainly I mean no offense, I believe you would have acquitted yourself better with the pen. With the pen you are at home. It is your natural weapon. You use it with grace, eloquence, charm, persuasiveness, when men are to be convinced, and with formidable effect when they have earned a castigation. But I am sure I see signs in the above article that you are either unaccustomed to dictating or are out of practice. If you will re-read it, you will notice yourself that it lacks definiteness, that it lacks purpose, that it lacks coherence, that it lacks a subject to talk about, that it is loose and wobbly, that it wanders around, that it loses itself early and does not find itself any more. There are some other defects, as you will notice, but I think I have named the main ones. I feel sure that they are all due to your lack of practice in dictating. Inasmuch as you had not signed it, I had the impression at first that you had not dictated it, but only for a moment. Certain quite simple and definite facts reminded me that the article had to come from you, for the reason that it could not come from anyone else without a specific invitation from you or from me. I mean, it could not, except as an intrusion, a transgression of the law which forbids strangers to mix into a private dispute between friends unasked. Those simple and definite facts were these. I had published an article in this magazine with you for my subject, just you yourself. I stuck strictly to that one subject and did not interlard any other. No one, of course, could call me to account but you alone, or your authorized representative. I asked some questions, asked them of myself. I answered them myself. My article was 13 pages long, and all devoted to you. Devoted to you and divided up
in this way: 1 page of guesses as to what subjects you would instruct us in as teacher, 1 page of doubts as to the effectiveness of your method of examining us and our ways, 2 or 3 pages of criticism of your method and of certain results which it furnished you, 2 or 3 pages of attempts to show the justness of these same criticisms, half a dozen pages made up of slight fault-findings with certain minor details of your literary workmanship, of extracts from your Outre-mer, and comments upon them. Then I closed with an anecdote. I repeat, for certain reasons, that I closed with an anecdote. When I was asked by this magazine if I wished to answer a reply to that article of mine, I said yes, and waited in Paris for the proof sheets of the reply to come. I already knew by the cablegram that the reply would not be signed by you, but upon reflection I knew it would be dictated by you, because no volunteer would feel himself at liberty to assume your championship in a private dispute, unasked, in view of the fact that you are quite well able to take care of your matters of that sort yourself, and are not in need of any one's help. No, a volunteer could not make such a venture. It would be too immodest, also too gratuitously generous, and a shade too self-sufficient. No, he could not venture it. It would look too much like anxiety to get in at a feast where no plate had been provided for him. In fact, he could not get in at all except by the back way, and with a false key, that is to say, a pretext invented for the occasion, by putting into my mouth words which I did not use, and by wresting sayings of mine from their plain and true meaning. Would he resort to methods like those to get in? No, there are no people of that kind. So then, I knew for a certainty that you dictated the reply yourself. I knew you did it to save yourself manual labor, and you had the right, as I have already said, and I am content, perfectly content. Yet it would have been little trouble to you, and a great kindness to me, if you had written your reply all out with your own capable hand, because then it would have replied, and that is really what a reply is for. Broadly speaking, its function is to refute, as you will easily concede. That leaves something for the other person to take hold of. He has a chance to reply to the reply. He has a chance to refute the refutation. This would have happened if you had written it out instead of dictating. Dictating is nearly sure to unconcentrate the dictator's mind when he is out of practice, confuse him, and betray him into using one set of literary rules when he ought to use a quite different set. Often it betrays him into employing the rules for conversation between a shouter and a deaf person, as in the present case, when he ought to employ the rules for conducting discussion with a fault-finder. The great foundation rule and basic principle of discussion with a fault-finder is relevancy and concentration upon the subject, whereas the great foundation rule and basic principle governing conversation between a shouter
and a deaf person is irrelevancy and persistent desertion of the topic in hand. If I may be allowed to illustrate by quoting Example 4, Section 7, after Chapter 9 of Revised Rules for Conducting Conversation Between a Shouter and a Deaf Person, it will assist us in getting a clear idea of the difference between the two sets of rules. Shouter: Did you say his name is Weatherby? Deaf Person: Change? Yes, I think it will, though if it should clear off Shouter: It's his name I want, his name. Deaf Person: Maybe so, but it will only be a shower, I think. Shouter: No, no, no! You have quite misunderstood me. If Deaf Person: Good morning. I am sorry you must go, but call again, and let me continue to be of assistance to you in every way I can. You see, it is a perfect kodak of the article you have dictated. It is really curious and interesting when you come to compare it with yours, in detail, with my former article, to which it is a reply in your hand. I talk 12 pages about your American instruction projects, and your doubtful scientific system, and your painstaking classification of non-existent things, and your diligence and zeal and sincerity, and your disloyal attitude towards anecdotes, and your undue reverence for unsafe statistics and for facts that lack a pedigree, and you turn around and come back at me with 8 pages of weather. I do not see how a person can act so. It is good of you to repeat, with change of language, in the bulk of your rejoinder, so much of my own article, and adopt my sentiments, and make them over, and put new buttons on, and I like the compliment, and am frank to say so. But agreeing with a person cripples controversy and ought not to be allowed. It is weather, and of almost the worst sort. It pleases me greatly to hear you discourse with such approval and expansiveness upon my text. A foreigner can photograph the exteriors of a nation, but I think that is as far as he can get. I think that no foreigner can report its interior. And you say, a man of average intelligence who has passed 6 months among a people cannot express opinions that are worth jotting down, but he can form impressions that are worth repeating. For my part, I think that foreigners' impressions are more interesting than native opinions. After all, such impressions merely mean how the country struck the foreigner, which is a quite clear way of saying that a foreigner's report is only valuable when it restricts itself to impressions. It pleases me to have you follow my lead in that glowing way, but it leaves me nothing to combat. You should give me something to deny and refute. I would do as much for you. It pleases me to have you playfully warn the public against taking one of your books seriously. When I published Jonathan and His Continent, I wrote in a preface addressed to Jonathan, "If ever you should insist in seeing in this little volume a serious study of your country and your countrymen, I warn you
that your world-wide fame for humor will be exploded, because I used to do that cunning thing myself in earlier days. I did it in a prefatory note to a book of mine called Tom Sawyer. Notice: persons attempting to find a motive in this narrative will be prosecuted. Persons attempting to find a moral in it will be banished. Persons attempting to find a plot in it will be shot. By order of the author, per G.G., Chief of Ordnance. The Colonel is the same in both prefaces, you see. The public must not take us too seriously. If we remove that Colonel, we remove the life principle, and the preface is a corpse. Yes, it pleases me to have you use that idea, for it is a high compliment. But it leaves me nothing to combat, and that is damage to me. Am I seeming to say that your reply is not a reply at all, Monsieur Bourget? If so, I must modify that. It is too sweeping. For you have furnished a general answer to my inquiry as to what France, through you, can teach us. "What could France teach America?" exclaims Mark Twain. "France can teach America all the higher pursuits of life, and there is more artistic feeling and refinement in a street of French workingmen than in many avenues inhabited by American millionaires. She can teach her, not perhaps how to work, but how to rest, how to live, how to be happy. She can teach her that the aim of life is not money-making, but that money-making is only a means to obtain an end. She can teach her that wives are not expensive toys, but useful partners, friends, and confidants, who should always keep men under their wholesome influence by their diplomacy, their tact, their common sense, without bumptiousness. These qualities, added to the highest standard of morality, not angular and morose, but cheerful morality, are conceded to French women by whoever knows something of French life outside of the Paris boulevards, and Mark Twain's ill-natured sneer cannot even so much as stain them. I might tell Mark Twain that in France a man who was seen tipsy in his club would immediately see his name canceled from membership. A man who had settled his fortune on his wife to avoid meeting his creditors would be refused admission into any decent society. Many a Frenchman has blown his brains out rather than declare himself a bankrupt. Now, would Mark Twain remark to this, "An American is not such a fool. When a creditor stands in his way he closes his doors and reopens them the following day? When he has been a bankrupt 3 times he can retire from business?" It is a good answer. It relates to manners, customs, and morals, 3 things concerning which we can never have exhaustive and determinate statistics, and so the verdicts delivered upon them must always lack conclusiveness and be subject to revision. But you have stated the truth, possibly as nearly as any one could do it in the circumstances. But why did you choose a detail of my question which could be answered only with vague hearsay evidence, and go right by one which could have been answered with deadly facts?
facts in everybody's reach, facts which none can dispute. I asked what France could teach us about government. I laid myself pretty wide open there, and I thought I was handsomely generous, too, when I did it. France can teach us how to levy village and city taxes which distribute the burden with a nearer approach to perfect fairness than is the case in any other land, and she can teach us the wisest and surest system of collecting them that exists. She can teach us how to elect a president in a sane way, and also how to do it without throwing the country into earthquakes and convulsions that cripple and embarrass business, stir up party hatred in the hearts of men, and make peaceful people wish the term extended to 30 years. France can teach us, but enough of that part of the question. And what else can France teach us? She can teach us all the fine arts, and does. She throws open her hospitable art academies and says to us, "Come," and we come, troops and troops of our young and gifted. And she sets over us the ablest masters in the world and bearing the greatest names, and she teaches us all that we are capable of learning, and persuades us and encourages us with prizes and honors, much as if we were somehow children of her own. And when this noble education is finished, and we are ready to carry it home and spread its gracious ministries abroad over our nation, and we come with homage and gratitude and ask France for the bill, there is nothing to pay. And in return for this imperial generosity, what does America do? She charges a duty on French works of art. I wish I had your end of this dispute. I should have something worth talking about. If you would only furnish me something to argue, something to refute. But you persistently won't. You leave good chances unutilized, and spend your strength in proving and establishing unimportant things. For instance, you have proven and established these 8 facts here following, a good score as to number, but not worth while. Mark Twain is 1. Insulting. 2. Sarcastically speaking, this refined humorist. 3. Prefers the manure pile to violets. 4. Has uttered an ill-natured sneer. 5. Is nasty. 6. Needs a lesson in politeness and good manners. 7. Has published a nasty article. 8. Has made remarks unworthy of a gentleman. It is more funny than his (Mark Twain's) anecdote, and would have been less insulting. A quoted remark of mine is a gross insult to a nation friendly to America. He has read La Terre, this refined humorist. When Mark Twain visits a garden, he goes in the far-away corner where the soil is prepared. Mark Twain's ill-natured sneer cannot so much as stain them, the Frenchwomen. When he, Mark Twain, takes his revenge he is unkind, unfair, bitter, nasty. But not even your nasty article on my country, Mark, etc. Mark might certainly have derived from it (M. Bourget's book) a lesson in politeness and good manners. A quoted remark of mine is unworthy of a gentleman. These are all true, but really they are not valuable. No one cares much for such finds. In our American magazines we recognize this and suppress them. We avoid naming them. American writers never allow themselves to name them. It would look as if they were in a temper, and we hold that exhibitions of temper in public are not good form, except in the very young and inexperienced. And even if we had the disposition to name them in order to fill up a gap when we were short of ideas and arguments, our magazines would not allow us to do it, because they think that such words sully their pages. This present magazine is particularly strenuous about it. Its note to me announcing the forwarding of your proof sheets to France closed thus, for your protection: "It is needless to ask you to avoid anything that he might consider as personal." It was well enough, as a measure of precaution, but it really was not needed. You can trust me implicitly, Monsieur Bourget. I shall never call you any names in print which I should be ashamed to call you with your unoffending and dearest ones present. Indeed, we are reserved and particular in America to a degree which you would consider exaggerated. For instance, we should not write notes like that one of yours to a lady for a small fault, or a large one. When M. Paul Bourget indulges in a little chaffing at the expense of the Americans, who can always get away with a few years trying to find out who their grandfathers were, he merely makes an allusion to an American foible. But, forsooth, what a kind man, what a humorist Mark Twain is when he retorts by calling France a nation of bastards! How the Americans of culture and refinement will admire him for thus speaking in their name! Snobbery! I could give Mark Twain an example of the American specimen. It is a piquant story. I never published it because I feared my readers might think that I was giving them a typical illustration of American character instead of a rare exception. I was once booked by my manager to give a causerie in the drawing room of a New York millionaire. I accepted with reluctance. I do not like private engagements. At 5 o'clock on the day the causerie was to be given, the lady sent to my manager to say that she would expect me to arrive at 9 o'clock and to speak for about an hour. Then she wrote a postscript. Many women are unfortunate there. Their minds are full of afterthoughts, and the most important part of their letters is generally to be found after their signature. This lady's P.S. ran thus: "I suppose he will not expect to be entertained after the lecture." I fairly shouted, as Mark Twain would say, and then, indulging myself in a bit of snobbishness, I was back at her as quick as a flash. "Dear Madam, as a literary man of some reputation, I have many times had the pleasure of being entertained by the members of the old aristocracy of France. I have also many times had the pleasure of being entertained by the members
of the old aristocracy of England. If it may interest you, I can even tell you that I have several times had the honor of being entertained by royalty, but my ambition has never been so wild as to expect that one day I might be entertained by the aristocracy of New York. No, I do not expect to be entertained by you, nor do I want you to expect me to entertain you and your friends tonight, for I decline to keep the engagement. Now I could fill a book on America with reminiscences of this sort, adding a few chapters on bosses and boodlers, on New York chroniques scandaleuses, on the tenement houses of the large cities, on the gambling hells of Denver, and the dens of San Francisco, and what not. But not even your nasty article on my country, Mark, will make me do it. We should not think in kind. No matter how much we might have associated with kings and nobilities, we should not think it right to crush her with it and make her ashamed of her lowlier walk in life, for we have a saying, "Who humiliates my mother includes his own." Do I seriously imagine you to be the author of that strange letter, Monsieur Bourget? Indeed, I do not. I believe it to have been surreptitiously inserted by your amanuensis when your back was turned. I think he did it with a good motive, expecting it to add force and piquancy to your article, but it does not reflect your nature, and I know it will grieve you when you see it. I also think he interlarded many other things which you will disapprove of when you see them. I am certain that all the harsh names discharged at me come from him, not you. No doubt you could have proved me entitled to them with as little trouble as it has cost him to do it, but it would have been your disposition to hunt game of higher quality. Why, I even doubt if it is you who furnish me all that excellent information about Balzac and those others. Now the style of M. Bourget and many other French writers is apparently a closed letter to Mark Twain, but let us leave that alone. Has he read Erckmann Chatrian, Victor Hugo, Lamartine, Edmond About, Cherbuliez, Renan? Has he read Gustave Droeg's Monsieur, Madame, et Bébé, and those books which leave for a long time a perfume about you? Has he read the novels of Alexandre Dumas, Eugène Sue, George Sand, and Balzac? Has he read Victor Hugo's Les Misérables and Notre Dame de Paris? Has he read or heard the plays of Sandeau, Augier, Dumas, and Sardon, the works of those titans of modern literature whose names will be household words all over the world for hundreds of years to come? He has read La Terre, this kind-hearted, refined humorist. When Mark Twain visits a garden, does he smell the violets, the roses, the jasmine, or the honeysuckle? No, he goes in the far-away corner where the soil is prepared. Hear what he says: "I wish Monsieur Paul Bourget had read more of our novels before he came. It is the only way to thoroughly understand a people. When I found I was coming to Paris, I read La Terre. All this in simple justice to you, and to me, for to gravely accept those interlardings as yours would be to wrong your head and heart, and at the same time convict myself of being equipped with a vacancy where my penetration ought to be lodged. And now, finally, I must uncover the secret pain, the wee sore from which the reply grew, the anecdote which closed my recent article, and consider how it is that this pimple has spread to these cancerous dimensions. If any but you had dictated the reply, Monsieur Bourget, I would know that that anecdote was twisted around and its intention magnified some hundreds of times, in order that it might be used as a pretext to creep in the back way. But I accuse you of nothing, nothing but error, when you say that I retort by calling France a nation of bastards. It is an error, and not a small one, but a large one. I made no such remark, nor anything resembling it. Moreover, the magazine would not have allowed me to use so gross a word as that. You told an anecdote, a funny one, I admit that. It hit a foible of our American aristocracy, and it stung me. I admit that. It stung me sharply. It was like this. You found some ancient portraits of French kings in the gallery of one of our aristocracy, and you said, "He has the grand monarch, but where is the portrait of his grandfather?" That is the American aristocrat's grandfather. Now that hits only a few of us, I grant, just the upper crust only, but it hits exceedingly hard. I wondered if there was any way of getting back at you. In one of your chapters I found this chance. In our high Parisian existence, for instance, we find applied to arts and luxury and to debauchery all the powers and all the weaknesses of the French soul. You see, your higher Parisian class, not everybody, not the nation, but only the top crust of the nation, applies to debauchery all the powers of its soul. I argued to myself that that energy must produce results. So I built an anecdote out of your remark. In it I make Napoleon Bonaparte say to me, but see for yourself the anecdote, ingeniously clipped and curtailed, in paragraph 11 of your reply. So I repeat, Mark Twain does not like M. Paul Bourget's book. So long as he makes light fun of the great French writer, he is at home, he is pleasant, he is the American humorist we know. When he takes his revenge, and where is the reason for taking a revenge, he is unkind, unfair, bitter, nasty. For example, see his answer to a Frenchman who jokingly remarks to him, "I suppose life can never get entirely dull to an American, because whenever he can't strike up any other way to put in his time, he can always get away with a few years trying to find out who his grandfather was." Hear the answer. I reckon a Frenchman's got his little stand-by for a dull time, too, because when all other interests fail he can turn in and see if he can't find out who his father was. The first remark is a good-humored bit of chaffing on American snobbery. I may be utterly destitute of humor, but I call the second remark a gratuitous charge of immorality hurled at the French women, a remark unworthy of a man who has the ear of the public, unworthy of a gentleman, a gross insult to a nation friendly to America, a nation that helped Mark Twain's ancestors in their struggle for liberty, a nation where today it is enough to say that you are American to see every door open wide to you. If Mark Twain was hard up in search of a French chestnut, I might have told him the following little anecdote. It is more funny than his, and would have been less insulting. Two little street boys are abusing each other. "Ah, hold your tongue," says one. "You ain't got no father." "Ain't got no father," replies the other. "I've got more fathers than you." Now then, your anecdote about the grandfathers hurt me. Why? Because it had point. It wouldn't have hurt me if it hadn't had point. You wouldn't have wasted space on it if it hadn't had point. My anecdote has hurt you. Why? Because it had point, I suppose. It wouldn't have hurt you if it hadn't had point. I judged from your remark about the diligence and industry of the high Parisian upper crust that it would have some point, but really I had no idea what a gold mine I had struck. I never suspected that the point was going to stick into the entire nation. But of course you know your nation better than I do, and if you think it punctures them all I have to yield to your judgment. But you are to blame, your own self. Your remark misled me. I supposed the industry was confined to that little unnumerous upper layer. Well, now that the unfortunate thing has been done, let us do what we can to undo it. There must be a way, Monsieur Bourget, and I am willing to do anything that will help, for I am as sorry as you can be yourself. I will tell you what I think will be the very thing. We will swap anecdotes. I will take your anecdote and you take mine. I will say to the dukes and counts and princes of the ancient nobility of France, "Ha, ha! You must have a pretty hard time trying to find out who your grandfathers were." They will merely smile indifferently and not feel hurt, because they can trace their lineage back through centuries. And you will hurl mine at every individual in the American nation, saying, "And you must have a pretty hard time trying to find out who your fathers were." They will merely smile indifferently and not feel hurt, because they haven't any difficulty in finding their fathers. Do you get the idea? The whole harm in the anecdotes is in the point, you see, and when we swap them around that way, they haven't any. That settles it perfectly and beautifully, and I am glad I thought of it. I am very glad indeed, Monsieur Bourget, for it was just that little wee thing that caused the whole difficulty and made you dictate the reply, and your amanuensis call me all those hard names which the magazines dislike so. And I did it all in fun, too, trying to cap your funny anecdote with another one, on the give and take principle, you know, which is American. I didn't know that with the French it was all give and no take, and you didn't tell me. But now that I have made everything comfortable again, and fixed both anecdotes so they can never have any point any more, I know you will forgive me.
End of Chapter 8. A little note to Monsieur Paul Bourget. Read by John Greenman. Section 11 of How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to Tell a Story and Other Essays by Mark Twain. Chapter 9. The Invalid Story.
I seem 60 and married, but these effects are due to my condition and sufferings, for I am a bachelor and only 41. It will be hard for you to believe that I, who am now but a shadow, was a hale, hearty man 2 short years ago, a man of iron, a very athlete. Yet such is the simple truth. But stranger still than this fact is the way in which I lost my health. I lost it through helping to take care of a box of guns on a 200-mile railway journey one winter's night. It is the actual truth, and I will tell you about it. I belong in Cleveland, Ohio. One winter's night 2 years ago I reached home just after dark, in a driving snowstorm, and the first thing I heard when I entered the house was that my dearest boyhood friend and schoolmate, John B. Hackett, had died the day before, and that his last utterance had been a desire that I would take his remains home to his poor old father and mother in Wisconsin. I was greatly shocked and grieved, but there was no time to waste in emotions. I must start at once. I took the card marked Deacon Levi Hackett, Bethlehem, Wisconsin, and hurried off through the whistling storm to the railway station. Arrived there, I found the long white pine box which had been described to me. I fastened the card to it with some tacks, saw it put safely aboard the express car, and then ran into the eating room to provide myself with a sandwich and some cigars. When I returned presently, there was my coffin box, back again, apparently, and a young fellow examining around it with a card in his hands, and some tacks and a hammer. I was astonished and puzzled. He began to nail on his card, and I rushed out to the express car in a good deal of a state of mind to ask for an explanation. But no, there was my box all right in the express car. It hadn't been disturbed. The fact is that, without my suspecting it, a prodigious mistake had been made. I was carrying off a box of guns which that young fellow had come to the station to ship to a rifle company in Peoria, Illinois, and he had got my corpse. Just then the conductor sung out, "All aboard!" and I jumped into the express car and got a comfortable seat on a bale of buckets. The expressman was there, hard at work, a plain man of 50, with a simple, honest, good-natured face, and a breezy, practical heartiness in his general style. As the train moved off, a stranger skipped into the car and set a package of peculiarly mature and capable Limburger cheese on one end of my coffin box I mean my box of guns. That is to say, I know now that it was Limburger cheese, but at that time I never had heard of the article in my life, and, of course, was wholly ignorant of its character. Well, we sped through the wild night. The bitter storm raged on. A cheerless misery stole over me. My heart went down, down, down. The old expressman made a brisk remark or two about the tempest and the Arctic weather, slammed his sliding doors to and bolted them, closed his window down tight, and then went bustling around, here and there and yonder,
setting things to rights, and all the time contentedly humming "Sweet by and by" in a low tone, and flatting a good deal. Presently I began to detect a most evil and searching odor stealing about on the frozen air. This depressed my spirits still more, because of course I attributed it to my poor departed friend. There was something infinitely saddening about his calling himself to my remembrance in this dumb, pathetic way, so it was hard to keep the tears back. Moreover, it distressed me on the account of the old expressman, who, I was afraid, might notice it. However, he went humming tranquilly on, and gave no sign, and for this I was grateful. Grateful, yes, but still uneasy, and soon I began to feel more and more uneasy every minute. For every minute that went by that odor thickened up the more, and got to be more and more gamey and hard to stand. Presently, having got things arranged to his satisfaction, the expressman got some wood, and made up a tremendous fire in his stove. This distressed me more than I can tell, for I could not but feel that it was a mistake. I was sure that the effect would be deleterious upon my poor departed friend. Thompson (the expressman's name was Thompson, as I found out in the course of the night) now went poking around the car, stopping up whatever stray cracks he could find, remarking that it didn't make any difference what kind of a night it was outside, he calculated to make us comfortable anyway. I said nothing, but I believed he was not choosing the right way. Meantime he was humming to himself just as before, and meantime, too, the stove was getting hotter and hotter, and the place closer and closer. I felt myself growing pale and qualmish, but grieved in silence and said nothing. Soon I noticed that the "sweet by and by" was gradually fading out. Next it ceased altogether, and there was an ominous stillness. After a few moments Thompson said, "Phew! I reckon it ain't no cinnamon I've loaded up this 'ere stove with." He gasped once or twice, then moved toward the gun box, stood over that Limburger cheese part of a moment, then came back and sat down near me, looking a good deal impressed. After a contemplative pause, he said, indicating the box with a gesture, "Friend of yourn?" "Yes," I said with a sigh. "He's pretty ripe, ain't he?" Nothing further was said for perhaps a couple of minutes, each being busy with his own thoughts. Then Thompson said, in a low, awed voice, "Sometimes it's uncertain whether they're really gone or not. Seem gone, you know, body warm, joints limber, and so, although you think they're gone, you don't really know. I've had cases in my car. It's perfectly awful, because you don't know what a minute they'll rise up and look at you." Then, after a pause, and slightly lifting his elbow toward the box, "But he ain't in no trance, no, sir. I go bail for him." We sat some time in meditative silence, listening to the wind and the roar of the train. Then Thompson said, with a good deal of feeling, "Well, well, we've all got to go. There ain't no getting round it. A man that is born of woman is of few days and far between, as Scripture says. Yes, you look at it any way you want to. It's awful solemn and cur'ous. They ain't nobody can get around it. All's got to go. Just everybody, as you may say. One day you're hearty and strong." Here he scrambled to his feet and broke a pane, and stretched his nose out at it a moment or two, then sat down again, while I struggled up and thrust my nose out at the same time, and this we kept on doing every now and then. "And next day he's cut down like the grass, and the places which knowed him then knows him no more forever, as Scripture says. Yes, indeedy, it's awful solemn and cur'ous, but we've all got to go, one time or another. There ain't no getting around it." There was another long pause. Then, "What'd he die of?" I said I didn't know. "How long has he been dead?" It seemed judicious to enlarge the facts to fit the probabilities, so I said, 2 or 3 days. But it did no good, for Thompson received it with an injured look which plainly said, 2 or 3 years, you mean. Then he went right along, placidly ignoring my statement, and gave his views at considerable length upon the unwisdom of putting off burials too long. Then he lounged off toward the box, stood a moment, then came back on a sharp trot and visited the broken pane, observing, "'Twould 'a' been a dum sight better all round if they'd started 'em along last summer." Thompson sat down and buried his face in his red silk handkerchief, and began to slowly sway and rock his body like one who is doing his best to endure the almost unendurable. By this time the fragrance, if you may call it fragrance, was just about suffocating, as near as you can come at it. Thompson's face was turning gray. I knew mine hadn't any color left in it. By and by Thompson rested his forehead in his left hand, with his elbow on his knee, and sort of waved his red handkerchief toward the box with his other hand, and said, "I've carried a many a one of 'em. Some of 'em considerable overdue, too, but Lordy, he just lays over 'em all, and does it easy. Cap'n, they was heliotrope to him." This recognition of my poor friend gratified me, in spite of the sad circumstances, because it had so much of the sound of a compliment. Pretty soon it was plain that something had got to be done. I suggested cigars. Thompson thought it was a good idea. He said, "Likely it'll modify him some." We puffed gingerly along for a while, and tried hard to imagine that things were improved. But it wasn't any use. Before very long, and without any consultation, both cigars were quietly dropped from our nerveless fingers at the same moment. Thompson said with a sigh, "No, Cap'n, it don't modify him worth a cent. Fact is, it makes him worse, because it appears to stir up his ambition. What do you reckon we better do now?" I was not able to suggest anything. Indeed, I had been swallowing and swallowing all the time, and did not like to trust myself to speak. Thompson fell to maundering in a desultory and low-spirited way about the miserable experiences of this night, and he got to referring to my poor friend by various titles, sometimes military ones, sometimes civil ones, and I noticed that as fast as my poor friend's effectiveness grew, Thompson promoted him accordingly, gave him a bigger title. Finally he said, "I got an idea. S'posen we buckle down to it and give the Colonel a bit of a shove towards t'other end of the car, about 10 foot, say. He wouldn't have so much influence then, don't you reckon?" I said it was a good scheme. So we took in a good fresh breath at the broken pane, calculating to hold it until we got through. Then we went there and bent over that deadly cheese and took a grip on the box. Thompson nodded, "All ready," and then we threw ourselves forward with all our might. But Thompson slipped and slumped down with his nose on the cheese, and his breath got loose. He gagged and gasped and floundered up and made a break for the door, pawing the air and saying hoarsely, "Don't hinder me! Give me the road! I'm a dying! Give me the road!" Out on the cold platform I sat down and held his head for a while, and he revived. Presently he said, "Do you reckon we started the General anyway?" I said no, we hadn't budged him. "Well, then, that idea's up the flume. We got to think up something else. He's suited where he is, I reckon, and if that's the way he feels about it, and has made up his mind that he don't wish to be disturbed, you bet he's a going to have his own way in the business. Yes, better leave him right where he is, long as he wants it so, because he holds all the trumps, don't you know, and so it stands to reason that the man that lays out to alter his plans for him is going to get left." But we couldn't stay out there in that mad storm. We should have frozen to death. So we went in again and shut the door, and began to suffer once more and take turns at the break in the window. By and by, as we were starting away from a station where we had stopped a moment, Thompson pranced in cheerily and exclaimed, "We're all right now. I reckon we got the Commodore this time. I judge I've got the stuff here that'll take the tuck out of him." It was carbolic acid. He had a carboy of it. He sprinkled it all around everywhere. In fact, he drenched everything with it, rifle box, cheese, and all. Then we sat down, feeling pretty hopeful. But it wasn't for long. You see, the two perfumes began to mix, and then, well, pretty soon we made a break for the door, and out there Thompson swabbed his face with his bandana and said in a kind of disheartened way, "It ain't no use. We can't buck agin him. He just utilizes everything we put up to modify him with and gives it his own flavor and plays it back on us. Why, Captain, don't you know it's as much as 100 times worse in there now than it was when he first got a going? I never did see one of them warm up to his work so, and take such a dumnation interest in it. No, sir, I never did, as long as I've been on the road, and I've carried a many a one of them, as I was telling you." We went in again after we were frozen pretty stiff, but my, we couldn't stay in now, so we just waltzed back and forth, freezing and thawing and stifling by turns. In about an hour we stopped at another station, and as we left it Thompson came in with a bag and said, "Captain, I'm going to chance him once more, just this once, and if we don't fetch him this time the thing for us to do is to just throw up the sponge and withdraw from the canvas. That's the way I put it up." He had brought a lot of chicken feathers and dried apples and leaf tobacco and rags and old shoes and sulphur and asafoetida and one thing or another, and he piled them on a breadth of sheet iron in the middle of the floor and set fire to them. When they got well started I couldn't see myself how even the corpse could stand it. All that went before was just simply poetry to that smell, but, mind you, the original smell stood up out of it just as sublime as ever. Fact is, these other smells just seemed to give it a better hold. And my, how rich it was! I didn't make these reflections there. There wasn't time. Made them on the platform. And breaking for the platform, Thompson got suffocated and fell, and before I got him dragged out, which I did by the collar, I was mighty near gone myself. When we revived, Thompson said dejectedly, "We gotta stay out here, Captain. We gotta do it. There ain't no other way. The governor wants to travel alone, and he's fixed so he can outvote us." And presently he added, "And don't you know we're poisoned? It's our last trip. You can make up your mind to it. Typhoid fever is what's going to come of this. I feel it a coming right now. Yes, sir, we're elected, just as sure as you're born." We were taken from the platform an hour later, frozen and insensible, at the next station, and I went straight off into a virulent fever and never knew anything again for 3 weeks. I found out then that I had spent that awful night with a harmless box of rifles and a lot of innocent cheese. But the news was too late to save me. Imagination had done its work, and my health was permanently shattered. Neither Bermuda nor any other land can ever bring it back to me. This is my last trip. I am on my way home to die. End of Chapter 9. The Invalid Story. Read by John Greenman.